Services, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee of Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Whitney, please call the roll, please.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones. Dr. Warren.
Present.
And Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item this morning, very positive, great way to get our day started. And that is a presentation by the Solid Rock Development Corporation, District 2, Super District 9, requested by Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley, did you want to say anything before our presentation?
Sure. First, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing this presentation to members of this body. The Solid Rock Development Corporation has been around for quite a bit. They do a lot of good work in the community, whether it's food pantry, school supply giveaways, giving away backpacks. I remember, I think a year and a half ago, well, maybe 2 years ago at this point since COVID, over 5,000 backpacks were given away, along with, about 5,000 bags of food supplies, food, a lot of different things. I think, when we talk about investing in and supporting a nonprofit that does the work in the community, this nonprofit here does the work in the community. And I think everybody's district, everyone's district that is here. So I think this is a great way to get the day started off with something positive. With that, it'd be phenomenal. Dr. Lyons.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to present this morning. I guess I'll go ahead and get started. I am Dr. Tanya Lyons, President and CEO.
Dr. Lyons, one moment before you get started. Can you, before you go into your presentation, just give your name and address, and then you can proceed to the presentation.
Okay, name and address. Okay, Dr. Tanya Lyons. The address of Solid Rock Development Corporation is 3719 Riverdale. The mailing address, the actual physical address is 6720 East Rains Road in Memphis, 38115. Did you want me to go ahead and proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start with our mission statement. Basically, our primary mission is giving. Our mission is to fundamentally change our community through uplifting people with aiding and providing hunger relief, school support through supplies and uniforms, mentoring, job training assistance, and access to health care. Our primary mission, again, is giving. We recently expanded our reach to aid families in emergency pandemic recovery. We are a 501c3 organization founded in 2002. We got our 501c3 in 2003. This is our second application request for City of Memphis funding. I am the contact, Dr. Tanya Lyons. My email and cell phone number are on the presentation, along with the organization email and phone number. Our mailing address, again, is 3719 Riverdale Road. We are located in District 2, Super District 9. The number of citizens that we served over this past year was 8,289. The budget request, I just did our overall budget is $349,684. We were requesting $75,000, which is the amount that we requested on last year. The opportunity. Solid Rock Development Corporation is located in the city of Memphis and serves as our primary target area. There's an increasing change in the demographics of the population. Statistics indicate that this population is at 71% poverty level. The ethnic makeup consists primarily of African American, Hispanic, and white citizens. Rock Development Corporation supports the city in areas that address the growing need for assistance. Rock Development provides persons of all ages an opportunity to live a progressive, healthy, and improved quality of life. We address multiple community needs in the areas of health and human services, educational support, senior citizens, access to health care, hunger relief, and emergency financial assistance due to pandemic job loss. Pandemic assistance includes emergency funds. We provided emergency funds for utilities. On a couple of occasions, we provided rental assistance, and we've also partnered with a extended stay hotel to provide emergency housing due to eviction. We sponsor 5 programs that cover these areas and these services. We have a daily food pantry, as Councilman Smiley mentioned. We do 4 large food giveaways per year. We have another program called Silver Eagles that serves our seniors, where we actually deliver the 2-week supply food to their homes. We also provide rides for senior citizens to their medical appointments. We do have a 15-passenger van that allows us to do that. One of our most known events that we do is called Back to School Fully Equipped. We just did that on this past weekend, where it evolved from a backpack giveaway to a full school supply, uniforms. We provided toilet tissue, paper towels. We partnered with Vondrell Corporation that gives those paper towels and toilet tissue to us. Of course, that was much needed in this pandemic. Essential Workers Child Care Program. We partnered with the YMCA and allow virtual learning in our facility. And then we also have another program called Rock Your Smile. Of course, I'm a dentist, so I provide medical and dental access to care for citizens. We did a lot of free dentistry, especially during the time when the governor said that we could only do emergencies as far as in the dental office. So we provided services, dental services for citizens during that time. Okay. All right. Also, Rock Development provided 7,288 individuals from our community services that were vital to addressing poverty, youth empowerment, and assisting seniors. We did just talk about the 5 programs. These are the numbers from those programs. This particular year with the Back to School giveaway, we serviced less amount because we had to do the social distancing and make sure that everyone was safe during that giveaway. 2 years ago, we actually had over 5,000 people that we serviced. This time it was 2,876. Okay, go back. Missing my slide there. Okay, I could go ahead and read through the numbers. I'm trying to make sure I stay within the 15 minutes. Let's see, 174 families. Oh, okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to go back. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see the non-professional hours. I don't have it on the slide. Okay, there we go. Our volunteer hours total 730. Medical professional hours, we actually have 3 pharmacists, 2 physicians that are part of our staff when we do our giveaways. We actually were able to do vaccinations also with the 3 pharmacists through ShotRx during our giveaway this past week. The 2 physicians, Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Bowen, are a Hispanic physician and African-American physician that have donated their time to come and do blood pressure checks and give medical, just minor medical advice to some of our giveaways. We served 8,288 citizens. Most of our capital is raised through self-funding, through the physicians that volunteer, the pharmacists, and the psychologists that volunteers. We received monetary and volunteer donations to execute all of the programs that we did. We also received a grant from City Council on last year to help fund some of the programs that we do. All physicians, dentists, pharmacists comprise the medical professionals. They either totally donated their services or they greatly reduced their fees to help us with our programs. This is more information on the demographic or the statistics with our back to school fully equipped. Again, we serviced less people this year because we had to accommodate for social distancing due to COVID concerns. Our food pantry served 1,876 families. That's not individuals, 1,876 families over this past year. We serviced through our daily food pantry. We do have the only daily food pantry in Hickory Hill. Our Silver Eagles program helped 324 seniors, and we are identifying seniors as 65 plus. Rock Your Smile, which is the dental program, we serviced 174 youth. And our essential workers daycare with school-age children, we had 112 students in the virtual learning school from August to December. And I just added a few pictures in. Councilman Smiley has been very supportive of all of the events that we do. And this is at one of our fully equipped, back to school, fully equipped events in 2019. These are some of the lines that this was outside in 100-degree temperatures. The line started this past week at 5:45 a.m. The event did not begin until 9. So we had to end up going ahead and getting started early because people were overheating. So it's a great need in the community. We had from handicapped, pregnant, they were in line starting at 5:45 a.m. this past week. In 2019, Walmart was one of our title sponsors. They also sponsored some of our supplies on this year as well. You see Councilman Smiley back there, along with Commissioner Eddie Jones in this picture, and some of the volunteers. We did give away, again, backpacks, uniforms, toilet paper, school supplies, diapers, and many different things this past weekend. This is, again, pictures from the event 2 years ago. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Lyons. That's remarkable what Solid Rock Development is doing out there in Hickory Hill. So definitely, I applaud your efforts and hope that you continue it as well. Are there any council members want to speak regarding this presentation?
You know I do.
Okay, you made a cameo in a couple of Dr. Lyons pictures. We see that you're a supporter. Go ahead, Councilman Smiley.
Well, first of all, Dr. Lyons, thank you for using a picture of me about 20 pounds ago. Make folks think I'm smaller than I am now. Also, I just believe in supporting good organizations and good people, folks who are actually doing the work in the community. We have so many nonprofits out in Shelby County area, and not everyone's doing right with the funding they do have, and some people have organizations just existing, not doing the work. I think I've had a small amount of money remaining from my council grants. I didn't allocate it all this year. I have proposed a resolution allocating, I think, slightly over $1,900. Okay, get me together, Meredith. Some of my colleagues, I would ask if you have any funding available. I think this would be a great organization to support just because they're doing the work. the work that we talk about. They're doing it.
Dr. Lyons, did you want to reply to that?
I think
or-
Councilman Ford.
Councilman Ford,
yes.
we have somebody in the queue too, but Dr. Lyons, go ahead.
Yes, I just, want to, again, thank you all. I love doing the work. I love giving. That is just, that's what I love to do, and I will continue. I see Councilwoman Patrice Robinson. She's been very supportive as well, with coming out even. She and her husband came out to our one in 2019 and did some work with handing out uniforms and talking to the people. So it's always good when they see their city leaders out doing the work. I have photos that I didn't add in here, but Councilman Smiley was actually giving out the backpacks and talking to the children. And when they come out and have their, especially when they have their names on, I can immediately introduce the citizens to their city leaders. Councilman Smiley had to endure a citizen this past week. Why y'all not doing stuff in our area? And he had to explain to her, if you all put it together, we can support you. And so, from even with this past weekend's event, I do want to help other areas as well. Because this takes a lot of planning to do events. This particular event takes 4 months of planning, the back to school fully equipped. I had to put fully equipped in there because it's so much that we, do want to give away, but it takes a lot of planning and it takes money to do it. So I was explaining to the young lady this past weekend, because she was like, why do I have to drive way out here? And I live in Whitehaven. To get this stuff. And I'm saying, well, you just need to have someone that can plan it, and we can help plan in other areas as well.
That's awesome, Dr. Lyons. We have 3 more people in the queue, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Ford, and Councilman Warren.
I just want to say good morning, colleagues. Dr. Lyons, thank you for being here on today. Dr. Lyons has been very involved in the community since I have been on the Memphis City Council. I appreciate her work, and she doesn't just help the people in the community. I have been to meetings and lunches where she has served our first responders. I want you to know that she is there to do what we need in that community, and we appreciate it. So please drop by and visit her church sometime, visit her programs. And Dr. Lyons, I'm sorry, this is the first time that I've missed the backpack giveaway. I was out of town, but I want you to know I'm there, whatever you need, you can always call. Council members, this is an awesome program in the Hickory Hill area.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ford?
Thank you. I just heard her say, trying to get Whitehaven, I need you to kind of get to the Walker Homes and Westwood, all like that. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you going to give any more school supplies and anything like that out? I know school's going to start next week. What are your plans on that? I know you had some.
And what I normally do, especially for the city leaders that have been very supportive, excuse me, of what we're doing, I have, even with Councilman Smiley, I send 20 to 30 backpacks full of school supplies with each of the city leaders that have been supportive. So I do have about 200 left. So if any of you all wanted to come and get some, I want to make sure that all of it's given away. I also have about 180 of the 2-week food supply boxes. I actually ordered 2,000. So we gave out, all but about 180. So I have about 180 of those left. And I want it all gone. So yes, if by all means, my contact information is in the presentation, if you'd like to stop by and give, some of the citizens in your area what we have available, I'm all for that because I don't want it just sitting in my facility. I actually want it given out to the people.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to match the $1,900 also with Councilman Smiley.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give Councilman Smiley information. I need you to get in touch with me. Okay? Yeah. I do for all the different schools out like Westwood, Indian Hills, things like that. I want to make sure all of them get everything that they need. That's why I need to talk with you. Okay?
Yes, and like I said, I do have a team that's comprised of, like I said, physicians, pharmacists. I have a mental health professional, a staffing company, and our team is put together to do these type of events. I actually want to put it on the road and not just do Hickory Hill. If you can identify someone.
Dr. Lyons, I'm sorry, I have to, we running short on time.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Ford is gonna, match and get their resolution down. Dr. Warren.
I just had a quick question. I saw the budget. Did you by any chance, have your, were you in the process to get applications and grants this year? And did we give you money already?
Yes, I think it was 13,000 total for last year was received already.
So what she's referencing, Dr. Warren, it wasn't this past grant term, it was the previous.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good work, Dr. Lyon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. And Councilwoman Robinson.
I just want to make a last statement. Councilman Ford, Hazel Moore is having a backpack giveaway. I think it's this weekend. I just sent a message for them to send us a flyers and I'll get it to all council members. And that's close for your, the people in District 4 to come on. District 6, right? They come on over down here to Whitehaven, but they're part of our district as well and pick up supplies.
You tell the mayor of Whitehaven she better get to my place of business.
Yeah, so you will.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Dr. Lyons, so much for letting us know about the work that you're doing to help make the city of Memphis better in Hickory Hill and now Westwood and Whitehaven sounds like. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here with us on today. Are there any other questions or items that need to be heard in this committee? And with that, we will stand in adjournment.
Thank you.
The hour is 8:15. We're gonna pause for a second. 8:15? Nope, that is on here. Now we're live? Okay, perfect. We're gonna restart that. The hour is 8:33. It is Tuesday, August 3rd, and I hereby call to order the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee. Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Colvette.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
and Chair Carlisle.
Present. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 2 items on today's agenda. Item number 1, the appointment to the Municipal Solid Waste Planning Board of Mr. Darius Jones. Jones, good morning. Come on forward. Phil, would you mind coming on up as well? We're going to move things along here. Guys, I'm going to call this together. We're going to call item number 1 and number 2. Item number 2 is the reappointment to the Municipal Solid Waste Planning Board of Mr. Philip Davis. Do you have a motion and a second on this item?
Second.
Moved by Chairman Colvette, seconded by Councilman Jones. Mr. Jones, can I have your name and address for the record?
The rib.
Yeah, there we go.
I'll let Dr. hand off. There you go.
There we go.
All right, sorry about that.
It's all good.
Darius Jones, 1677 Belladere Drive, Cordova, Tennessee, 38016.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Philip Davis, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119.
I would love to ask exactly what this board does day in, day out, but we're behind schedule and we can do it another time. Send an email. Colleagues, any questions for our appointees? Seeing none, we'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, it's opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Is there any other business before this body? The Personnel Committee is hereby adjourned.
August 3rd, 2021. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll?
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present by himself.
Councilman Covert, and Chair Morgan.
Here, we have 3 items on today's agenda.
We also have Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Robinson virtually.
We have 3 items on today's agenda. First, we'll go to an update on the American Rescue Plan, ARPA, funding and presentation on funding recommendations. All council districts, this is requested by Councilman Jones. Chief Ford, Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Is that on?
It's green.
It's green now. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I will, if it's okay with you, I will give a brief overview of where we are. I will then ask Dr. Ray to my right to comment on a proposed partnership we have with Shelby County Schools. Then Chief Ford will review the eligibility requirements of ARPA, and then Tiffany Collins will close with an overview of our actual proposals. Since the first case of COVID-19 was discovered in the United States in early 2020, the disease has impacted every aspect of our lives. During this time, a significant share of our community faced housing and food insecurity as economic disruptions impaired the flow of normal financial and fiscal transactions. In addition to maintaining its typical operations and services, as you know, the city of Memphis has been faced with numerous challenges to prevent and address the spread of COVID-19. We have also experienced substantial increases in cost to respond and provide these services while experiencing declines in certain revenues due to the economic downturn and challenging economic patterns during the pandemic. During FY21 and 22 budgets, we, together with you, responded not only by maintaining critical services, but also by making sure that we had no employee layoffs or reductions in workforce. Earlier this year, the American Rescue Plan allocated $161 million in funds to the city of Memphis. Over the last several weeks, we have taken considerable time to consider how best to allocate precious limited resources to respond to the needs of our government and our community to ensure that we have the resources needed to do several things. First, to continue to take actions to decrease the spread of COVID-19 and bring the pandemic under control. Two, to provide support for costs incurred in addressing public health and economic challenges resulting from the pandemic. Three, to offer premium pay to essential workers in recognition of their sacrifices over the last year. Four, to ensure we can continue to provide needed services and avoid cutoffs or layoffs. And finally, to lay the foundation for a strong, equitable economic recovery, not only by providing immediate economic stabilization, but also by addressing systematic public health and economic challenges that may have contributed to more severe impacts of the pandemic among low-income communities. We are here today to present a proposal to you that we believe will equitably address the needs of city government operations and those of our community. Before we turn over to Chief Ford, I do want to call special attention to two areas of the requested funding. First, broadband infrastructure. As you know, much of the city is not wired, does not have the infrastructure to allow everyone to access affordable, high-speed internet. Connecting internet to all our neighborhoods is as important today to quality of life, job creation, as was connecting homes and businesses to electricity 100 years ago. Second, for 5.5 years, we together have taken action to provide productive activities for our youth when they're not in school. These activities are important to the development of the whole child, also part of our comprehensive strategy to reduce crime. Dr. Ray and Shelby County Schools has an incredibly successful partnership with Boys and Girls Club at one of their schools. 100% of their active members in the club graduate high school. And 100% of these graduates go on to college, get a job, or join the military. School I'm talking about is Craigmont. They've been there several years. In 2019, pre-pandemic, they had 768 total students enrolled, and on an average day, 280 participating in the program. They work on academics, healthy lifestyles, workforce readiness, and skills training. In fact, even give out certificates in certain skills training. We are proposing funding for 10 additional schools, and we are actively raising money to match these city funds in whole or at least in part to add even more schools. Dr. Ray's program is making a difference in the lives of hundreds of students. We would like to add thousands more. I like Shelby County Schools' new rallying message, return stronger. And that's what we're proposing to do. And I'd ask Dr. Ray to fill in some blanks there with the Craigmont program.
Good morning. I'm so grateful to join Mayor Strickland and the city of Memphis today to emphasize the importance of after-school programming. I'd like to thank my award-winning school board and especially Mr. Kevin Woods for their support and servant leadership on behalf of all educators, students, and communities. Before the onset of the pandemic, I issued a call to action for change champions. As we know, during these challenging times, the support of the community partners and change champions has been critical to the work of our school districts around the nation. This past April, during the State of the District, I spoke about reimagining 901. We rolled out a strategic plan for Memphis Shelby County Schools to invest significant funding in several high-impact initiatives that included after-school programs. Today, I'm encouraged to learn that the City of Memphis, Mayor Strickland, along with private funders, are announcing this multi-million-dollar investment that will directly support our students and expand after-school programming in partnership with organizations like the Boys and Girls Club. You heard some call it learning loss. We call it learning opportunities. High-dosage small group tutoring in reading or math is a research-based opportunity that improves academic outcomes. During the upcoming school year, the city's investment in tutoring and after-school programming will directly align with the district's efforts to reimagine education through access and opportunity. As I close, I think about the opportunities that my own son was afforded as he prepared for his post-secondary education. You know, my family was fortunate enough to provide opportunities after school for him, especially along the lines of helping him with his ACT. As superintendent of one of the largest urban school districts in this country, I recognize that not all of our families, especially those who are economically disadvantaged, have access or resources for after-school programming or tutoring. It's a current reality that we can and will change as we forge ahead in preparing students for success in learning, leadership, and life. Through investments and partnerships like this, and again, I just want to thank Mayor Strickland, Shelby County Schools is optimistic that our Reimagining 901 plan will transform the educational experience for students in every community, regardless of zip code. As our victory roar in Memphis Shelby County Schools, we say, together we must believe, together we will achieve, together we're reimagining 901. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Chief Ford.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. And Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. Thank you for your patience while we have continued to evaluate the operational and legal impact of the ARPA funding and what that impact could have on our operations and our community as a whole. Some of our primary considerations in the proposal before you today is an effort to provide a sustainable foundation for a strong, equitable economic recovery, not only by providing economic stability to households, to city assets, and to our nonprofit partners, but also by addressing the systemic public health and economic challenges within our city operational structure and our community. And while we have not received a final rule from the U.S. Treasury just yet, I just want to do a quick reminder, and I'm going to go through some slides very quickly with you about some of the allowable allocations of the ARPA funding and the parameters around those uses. So Ashley, if we could start that. I will also say after this, just kind of a quick review of this, I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany Collins, who is currently serving as our leadership and organizer of the ARPA funding and working with all of, not just internally, but externally with all of our partners in this endeavor and through this proposal. She's currently serving as the Deputy Director of General Services, but she's doing a lot more than that just now. I will also, probably do not have to point out to you that there are a great number of people in this room who are available here as soon as we finish this presentation to provide you any additional information you might need or answer any questions about the proposal before you today. Okay, so next slide, thank you. So this is just kind of a quick overview. This is the section of the law that provides the resources for our metropolitan city to meet the wide range of public health and economic impacts of the COVID-19 emergency. Just kind of reflecting on this, these are very much a look forward for costs that incurred starting March 3rd. We do have a couple exceptions, and I'll mention those later in. And these funds have to be incurred by December 2024. So in a difference with our CARES Act funding, where we had a very limited time to quickly decide what we needed to do, we now have time to review and analyze and plan out how we want these funds to be used in our city and in our community. Next slide. Now, one of the things that is interesting and changing about this particular round of funding is that Treasury recognizes that the responses to COVID-19 public health emergency are changing, and they're going to continue to change over time. And also specific in difference with this funding is that the measures to counter the spread of COVID-19 through the provision of care of those impacted by the virus through programs and services specifically that address the disparities in public health that have been exacerbated by this pandemic. And we will be doing a lot of focusing on those particular initiatives for your review today. Next slide. So just quickly, the 4 areas, the big broad areas, this is to respond to the public health emergency or its negative impacts. And we're going to talk a lot about that today. And Tiffany will be focusing a lot on those particular aspects as we bring this proposal for you. The second is to respond to workers performing essential work by providing premium pay to eligible workers. Our third is for the provision of government services to address revenue loss as an impact of the pandemic to our city, and also to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructures, which we've talked to you a lot about broadband, and we're very excited about what we have to bring to you today. Next slide. So the guiding principle that we must use in all of these uses and the things that we are proposing to you is whether and how the use of these funds would respond to mitigate the COVID-19 emergency that we are faced with. The eligible uses must be in response to the disease itself or the harmful consequences of the economic disruptions resulting or exacerbated by COVID-19. And we as recipients and the recipients that we are providing and proposing to you today who would become subrecipients, we are required to assess the connection between the negative economic harm of the pandemic and the nature and extent of that harm and how this funding would address that harm across our community. Next slide. So in one of the first 4 areas, which we are going to spend most of our focus on today, is the public health and economic impacts of this pandemic. And this final rule has given us opportunity to design responses that will mitigate or prevent the public health emergencies, such as facilitating access to resources that improve health outcomes. And that includes services that connect residents with healthcare resources and public assistance programs while building better and healthier environments for our community. It also provides the ability to fund community health workers to help community members access the health services and to address the social determinants of health, including the nonprofits that we have a few with us here today, which provide vital services to our communities, and funding public benefits navigators to assist community members with navigating and applying for federal, state, and local benefits and services. So we will be coordinating with those navigators to ensure that our community has availability, and we'll be reaching out to other funding sources on all of these different levels to make a greater impact for the funding that we are proposing for you today. Next page. The interim rule also provides us response and availability to provide housing services to support healthy living environments in neighborhoods that is conducive to mental and physical wellness, which, as we all know, is so important during this time and always. It also provides funding for evidence-based community violence intervention programs to prevent violence and mitigate the increase of violence during this pandemic. We've talked to you a lot during our budget process. You approved our pilot program called GVIP, and we will be talking a little bit more about what we want to do with that program during our proposal. And last but not least, it also allows us to fund capital investments in public facilities that are in direct response to the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic. Next slide. So some of the other things that it does related to the economic impacts is that it allows us to provide funding for job training. It allows us to provide assistance to unemployed workers, including services like job training to accelerate the rehiring of unemployed workers in our community. It also allows us to provide funding for building stronger communities through investments in housing and neighborhoods, and we are very excited to bring part of that proposal to you today. It also allows for funding to address educational disparities, as we have talked in depth about our broadband, and we are continuing that initiative, and promoting healthy childhood environments, which is important to our community. Next slide. It also allows us during this to address economic impacts to provide food assistance, rent, mortgage, or utility assistance. We've talked about those programs quite a bit, and we're going to be talking about them more in depth and how we can partner with other opportunities and other available funding in this federal level. It also allows for counseling and legal aid to prevent eviction and homelessness. It also allows us to provide funding for home repairs and weatherization, which is vital to our community, and internet access or digital literacy assistance. So not just broadband, but other literacy assistance that you will hear about in one of our programs. And certainly last but not least, to aid tourism, travel, and hospitality industries that have suffered greatly during this pandemic. Next page. The other piece of this was that allowable was premium pay. And we brought this before you earlier this year, and you approved approximately $16 million that was dedicated to providing premium pay to City of Memphis employees. And we are so appreciative of your collaboration and cooperation in that initiative. And these were workers who were performing the essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency. The first payment has already been distributed. It was distributed in the last payment of July, so just this last week. And the second payment is scheduled for the last pay period of November. Next slide. My favorite topic is the revenue loss provision in this funding. We are allowed to use payments for the provision of government services to the extent of reduction in revenues experienced due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we all understand that budget shortfalls are particularly problematic in our current environment. And as we continue to work to mitigate and contain the COVID-19 pandemic and help our citizens weather the economic downturn of this pandemic. We are awaiting Treasury's final rule, but we are very comfortable estimating a minimum of $38 million. And this estimate could be impacted by any additional guidance. But currently we are estimating a minimum of $24 million to the general fund operations for the city, $5 million to our TDZ area, which is the tourism development zone, as you know, took some really hard hits this year, and $9 million for the hotel motel fund. The city's proposal will not only provide for operational revenue replacement, but also for city asset recovery, as well as an accommodation related to the construction cost accelerator that has occurred in raw materials for our current and proposed and ongoing projects. We are facing an incredible amount of increased cost in those areas. Next page. And then the fourth allowable use is for our infrastructure investments. And our focus will be on establishing or improving broadband service to unserved or underserved populations so that we may reach an adequate level to permit a household to work from home or a student to attend school from home, and that in those areas that are unlikely to be met with private sources of funds. So as I get ready to turn over to Tiffany for a broad review of the proposal we had before you, I just want to thank you so much, Council, for working with us, collaborating with us, and we look forward to working in partnership with you to make the very best use of those funds as we can across our city. Thank you.
Good morning. Tiffany Collins, Deputy Director of General Services, 6746 Aldwych. The funding request presented today will address the following: the negative impacts of COVID-19, which include emergent health needs, investing in health and public safety staff, disparities in public health outcomes. As a municipality, we hope to alleviate some of the fiscal strain and revenue shortfalls brought upon by the pandemic, as well as the exacerbated pre-existing conditions faced by particularly our youth in our community. Assist households, provide premium pay to workers, and invest in infrastructure such as broadband. And finally, we will continue our commitment to fight crime in our community. So the proposal you see up top outlays our current grant and the breakdown of how we'll receive the funds and commitments we've already made. We've received $161 million in commitments, although we've only received our first installment of $80.5 million. As mentioned by Chief Ford, we've already committed $16 million to premium pay for workers, which currently only leaves us $64 million to send in FY22. We'll also discuss spends in FY23 and 24 with the year 2 stipend, which is equally $80.5 million. So I'll go into our necessary commitments. These are the things that are necessary for us to sustain operations in government. The revenue replacement of $38 million will address the TDZ and hotel motel tax, as well as other operational needs that are required to keep our city going. Construction cost accelerator. Over the last year, raw materials have drastically increased, and we've already seen some strain on our active construction projects. We'd like to allocate $5 million to that cause. City asset recovery. City-owned entities such as the Botanic Gardens, Liberty Bowl Stadium, and the zoo have all seen revenue shortages brought upon by lack of visitors because of the pandemic. Once we cover our mandatory costs, that leaves us with $48 million to go on spending for FY22. And if you look at the total cost from the $161 million, that leaves us $97 million to spend over the next 3 years. Next slide, please. While we do understand that we've made our best effort to capture all the needs of the community, we are aware that we do not have the market cornered on what everyone needs. Because of such, we've allocated $13 million for council to decide the best course of action to support the community. We would like to allocate that over 2 years, $6.5 million for FY22 and $6.5 million for FY23. As mentioned by the mayor and Dr. Ray, we would like to give $9 million to the Boys and Girls Club of Memphis, allocated over $3 million per year. The College Chapel Connectional Hospital. We would like to allocate $1 million to complete the College Chapel Connectional Hospital, whose function now is more important than ever as they provide a place for those who are experiencing homelessness to recuperate after they've been dismissed from the hospital. Regional One Trauma. Regional One Trauma is the most comprehensive trauma unit in the area, and they are currently facing revenue shortfalls and have had to close 22 beds. $3 million allocation would allow them to activate 22 beds over the course of 13 weeks. They are also looking for other funds throughout the community to sustain for the remainder of the year. The Micro Memphis Collaborative Fresh Market Program. This program will allow or provide fresh and healthy food options for those in the South Memphis community. We'll go on to our youth services, and they have 3 programs that they would like to expand or support. The I Am Included program, which provides services to children with disabilities. This $604,000 disbursement will expand their program from 100 students to 180 students per year. The Summer Youth Internships and Apprentice, which is more commonly known as Employ. This $2.8 million request over 3 years they currently serve 2,000 students. This will take them to 2,300 students every year for the next 3 years. MAP. This is a year-round program for students in 8th grade and those in 9 through 12. This $1.5 million request will give them an additional 300 students over the next 3 years to support their program in our youth. That's a total of $5 million to the Youth Services Department. Next slide, please. Community Services. The Community Services Division would like to create an Opportunity Youth Program. This program will provide services for those ages 16 to 24, which is currently not an operation that they have. This will allow them to support 80 young men or women every year for the next 3 years. Manhood University. Currently, Manhood University is able to provide services to 100 individuals per year. This $2.2 million request will expand their services to almost 200 individuals per year. Blight Remediation. This is a partnership between the city and a nonprofit. This $387,000 request will allow us to not only help those in our community, but actually help the landscape of our community as well. That brings the total request of community services to $3.9 million. GVIP, or Group Violence Intervention Program. We would like to fund FY23 and FY24 of the GVIP program with ARPA funds. HCD. We would like to offer $1.1 million to the citizens over the next 3 years to support with mortgage assistance. To be clear, HCD does have rental assistance, but they do not have mortgage assistance. Home repair. We understand that there are those who need weatherization and other home repair. We'd like to allocate $1.1 million to that program, allocated over the next 3 years. And finally, broadband. We would like to allocate $25 million to the broadband infrastructure bill to support those in our community that are underserved in the digital spectrum. That brings the HCD total to $27.2 million. Next slide, please. Thank you. Library services. We would like to launch an enhanced mobile computer lab. If the pandemic showed us anything, that there was a lack of access to digital programming and services in the community, this would allow that department to launch a mobile unit that could bring us into the community and support those who do not have access to either Wi-Fi or actual hardware. Animal services. The Animal Services Division would like to expand their department by 3 animal control officers. The start of the pandemic brought upon a couple of issues with those having animals. Whether it was financial or homelessness, they've seen a stark increase in animals in the field that need picking up or calls from the community. Their current staffing does not allow them to sustain. They would like $600,000 allocated over the next 3 years to up their staffing levels. And finally, public safety. This is a total of our comprehensive public safety services. This is not one particular division. That is, for technology, we would like to invest $6 million into things like shot finder, occupational tools, and other cameras that are needed by MPD. For fleet, we would like to purchase an additional 125 take-home cars and 7 8-passenger vans for the total of $6.5 million. Currently, MPD does not have a staff psychologist. They've seen that is a need within the department. We would like to allocate $495,000 to fund that position over the next 3 years. Professional development and training. We would like to allocate $270,000 in year 2 for professional development and training. Division enhancements. So MPD would like to launch a unit that helps them combat non-fatal gun violence. That is a total of $530,000. Recruitment incentives. Our Human Resources Department, as well as MPD, has noticed that recruitment in public safety is very aggressive. They would like to be able to offer sign-on bonuses as well as relocation packages. Over the next 3 years, that would run us about $12 million, $3 million in FY22, 4.5 in FY23, and 4.5 in FY24. The Healthcare Navigator Program. That program supports the community and those who do not have access to regular healthcare. We'd like to allocate additional funds to that program in FY23 and 24. And finally, public safety recruitment. Our goals for public safety recruitment are aggressive. As well as such, our Human Resources Department needs additional staffing to combat that, as well as other funds for travel and marketing and bonuses for referrals. That brings the total request for the public safety programming to $28.3 million. Our total request for all of our in-house grantees, outside nonprofits, is $96.7 million. And you can see a breakdown of that over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's our presentation for today. We are open to answering detailed questions on every aspect of that. It's our preference that I'd ask for a vote at all on any of this matter today, and we come back if you want to have budget hearings, but or just a long committee meeting next 2 weeks. That's fine with us.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all not requesting a vote on $96 million right away today. Go to council members in the queue. First up is Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Superintendent. I just had one question about, is any of this money going to be used to help our restaurants that have just suffered so much during this, as far as keeping their businesses afloat? Do we have any, how is that process going on? And then where are we as far as evictions and is any of this money going to be able to be helpful in stopping or helping people to not be evicted?
Oh, I'm sorry. We did allocate CARES money last year for the support of small businesses. I do know restaurants took part in that, and we are not proposing any more money for that. Of course, if y'all adopt our proposal, there is $13 million available for council grants. On your second issue, we've gotten $50 million in and utility assistance. And I have to brag on housing and community development. They are way ahead of the national curve on getting.
So, Ashley Cash, Director, HCD. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate your consideration. So to date, we've spent about 13 million of those eviction funds. That is from round one for rental assistance. For round one, we've received about 19 million, but we are partnered with the county for that program. So I want to say we have served a little bit over 2,200 households with that rental assistance, and we still have a lot more to give. As you heard, we are requesting mortgage assistance, so that's really where the gap is. We have a ton of assistance for people who are renting, for folks who have mortgages on maybe foreclosed on. There's not a lot of assistance out there for them, so that's what we are requesting from ARPA.
Thank you. I think we may be missing out on a need that's still present in our restaurant community, and that's really important for our tourist business. I just wonder how badly they're still being hit. And with this Delta variant being ready to hit again, I think we may want to put that in our radar as to someplace else we may need to be thinking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield back.
No, just let it be. Councilman Carlisle, do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to your staff and administration. I know it's a lot to churn through and try and come up with a proposal based on the fact that there are so many needs, and I'm sure everyone throughout your directors probably wanted or needed something. I'll wait because I know we've got some specifics to work through. I do have one more question for Ms. Cash since she was up, and just to pivot off of that. Is the programmatic capital that's out there for rental and utility assistance, and I'm really more towards rental assistance right now. Is it mandated by the federal government, or did we set the parameters? And I'll tell you where I'm driving. Is the 80% of median household income for the area is understandable, but that's not the only affected class in something like this. And so I think you guys are ahead of the national curve. That's in the data. But the reality is there are people out there that typically would not have fit that category that are impacted and can't make rent because of one reason or another. So where are we in looking at expanding those parameters?
So yeah, that's a great question, Councilman. And those requirements are mandated by federal government. So with the existing ERA funding that we have for rental assistance, utility assistance, it has to meet that 80% or lower threshold. That's something certainly the council can consider if they want to add additional rental assistance that kind of goes for 100% and up. But right now, those requirements are through that federal program.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something we have to consider. Unfortunately, again, as the mayor said, these are incredibly precious and limited resources, but there is an entire tranche of the population that wouldn't typically fall into that category they help stabilize pieces of our economy. And so I think we probably, with the help of HCD, would like to get some data that may guide that discussion, because I wouldn't want to aim in the dark, but I'd be willing to bet. And that's the same for mortgage assistance too, right? Like you look at stable neighborhoods throughout the city, and if we are capping it, and again, I haven't seen the program, so we need to dive into it, but I have a concern about that. Certainly want to help those most in need, but we don't want to destabilize it by not expanding the pool. We had a conversation after the Deloitte study. Councilman Jones brought it up, and I know that it takes a period of time I see Chief Davis somewhere. Hey. One of the things that we looked at was, and Chief McGowan's a big one on this, is just considering bringing the city of Memphis et al. Into the 21st century and looking at digitizing and updating how the police department functions and archiving its records as well as filing and doing paperwork. There seems like an opportunity here. I know it's not one of the things that, you know, has the sizzle of some of these other programs, but it seemingly, after reading the Deloitte study, could have a significant impact in the long term about how police do their job. Is that something that we can also dive into?
Internet throughout the city will have a huge impact on what we're capable of doing as a police department and taking our department into the 21st century. Also consolidating some of the database systems and communication between officers and other entities, whether it's code enforcement. An enterprise solution would be to ensure that we have a technology platform that sort of combines systems.
Excellent. Thank you, Chief. I'll make one more kind of question, comment, and I'll pass it off to my colleagues because I know that there's just a lot to digest here. Dr. Ray, thank you for being here, for taking the time to come on down to City Council. And for, you know, you made the comment about investments and partnerships, and I think Boys and Girls Club is one of the most incredible assets that the city of Memphis has. It's something that, you know, our family has been, you know, blessed to have the opportunity to support as well. And we talk about KPIs and being able to measure it, and certainly they're able to do that. So, but to technology and to the broadband thing, I'd be interested to hear kind of your thoughts based on your ARPA allocation and the city's, what a partnership, you know, the city of Memphis supported the Shelby County school systems last year with a $5 million allocation towards laptops because we recognized the need for technology in the classroom. Although philosophically I may have disagreed with some of my colleagues, this looks like an opportunity in the broadband nature. As Councilman Jones said, they may not be our students, but they are our children, but they are your students. And so I'm curious to know what the Shelby County Schools plan and their capital plan looks like for the broadband.
Well, thank you so much, and we appreciate the support for the $5 million that the council provided on last year. It helped us provide a laptop for every student, pre-K through 12, within our school district. But we are working on a comprehensive strategy. I know we support the mayor's plan. We have internet deserts throughout the city and county. And we provided hotspots for students, but even those hotspots sometimes still, we have problems with internet connectivity. So I know my team is putting together a comprehensive plan. That's something that I want to share before my school board first, before we go and unpack details around our strategy around our technology plan. I know Dr. Barker is here. He's the deputy superintendent who's primarily in charge of our the information systems. But that's something, if the council would just indulge me, I want to share with our school board first, and then I would love to come back and speak to the council about that.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure your board would not want you to say anything and be like, which we've done that. Again, I appreciate everything. There are so many programs in here that have 2 or 3 word, you know, titles to them that sound great. And to the mayor's point, I look forward to diving into. So, you know, Mr. Chairman, whatever you think is best, but there's a lot of things that I know Councilman Ford, I see him down there. To something like home repair. What does that really mean, and how does that program work? I'm sure we'd like to find out more. So, with that, I yield back.
Okay. Thank you very much. Quick question about the ongoing funding. So a lot of the things that are listed here are recurring costs that once the federal money ends, that programming is not going to end. So animal control officers, for example, $200,000 to hire and maintain 3 positions. We're not going to then fire them once the federal funding runs out. So what is the long-term plan for a lot of these recurring costs, including the Boys and Girls Club at $3 million a year? Is that going to be absorbed into the general fund, or are we going to make cuts down the road?
First of all, I won't be mayor. Secondly, I can't predict. But on the animal control officer, for instance, the need hopefully will go away because the need is driven by the pandemic. People lose their job, they let go of their animal, they're not taking care of their animals, so that need hopefully will be resolved. On the Boys and Girls Club in particular, what I'd like to do is prove to the masses that this works. We know it works at Craigmont. But if we could make this work at 15 to 20 other schools and see a real noticeable difference in academics and otherwise, we will figure out as a community the way to keep it funded. I can't predict what it is now, but we got to make sure we can prove that it works.
Okay, there's just once things find a way into our budget, it's hard for them to find a way back out again. And the federal funding is not going to be there forever. All right, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mayor, Superintendent. I appreciate the presentation, and as I've always said, like Councilman Carlisle mentioned, we're not in the education business anymore, but we still are in the children business, so I'm pleased to see this. But a couple of concerns that I face, like you mentioned, Councilman Morgan, is some of the recurring costs that when we had an opportunity to address recurring costs, we didn't. That's on us. And so I hope that as we look at this and we look at some of the programming that's necessary for this, I have concerns about our using federal funds for things that we know that are going to be here next year for fleets. Do we use federal funds to buy cars, which are every day, every year expense? And I would contend that we should not in this case. Looking at this, some of the things that should have been addressed out of our general fund, we didn't do that. We own that. The council owns that. So I would hope that, going back to what Councilman Warren mentioned, we have restaurants, we have this hospitality industry suffering. For us to put money, $34 million back into our reserves, when our general fund, colleagues, is to handle that. So I would like to see us, as we have greater discussions about this, put it in the community. Let's help people. Some of the restaurants that we've gone to, Early Jensen's just happens to be one that I read. They're having to cut back days that they're operating. One of the ideas that I talked about when I presented my plan, let's incent those businesses, those industries where people have come back. Let's give those business owners money incentives to say, you came back, here's a $250, $500 retention bonus, if you would, for them. Police recruitment, everything. So, I wanted this ARPA fund. We'll never have hopefully opportunities will never present themselves where we have to have $300 million of federal funding to implement and supplement local budgets. I'm hoping that we can be more transformational with this, making some of the investments in children. Yes, let's do that. Let's do it on a recurring basis. But there'll be greater discussions. I'll reserve some of those for those discussions. But colleagues, this is a good start. But I think that we need to address some of the longstanding investments that we can make with these federal funds and not supplant what should be general fund priorities with one-time federal money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, administration. Thank you, and SCS as well. Two things that stood out to me, and I do look forward to hearing and talking about this in more detail with colleagues in the near future. But two things that stood out to me about the Micro Memphis Cooperative Fresh Market Program, and Ms. Collins, you mentioned that it was only for the South Memphis areas. I would like to see if this is included to have more funding so that it can be expanded to other areas. I'm sure you all know that North Memphis has no grocery store. The most recent one closed 2 weeks ago. So as you go from if you want to count Ms. Cordelia's for the rest of the folks in my district. But as you go from Danny Thomas to Raleigh, there is no grocery store if you go straight up Chelsea. So I would like, just for that one in particular, to be looked at to see how we can expand that. And I'm sure the folks who are helping to do that in South Memphis can also support the efforts on the other side of the city. And then also, secondly, just a question for SCS about the funds for Boys and Girls Club and those programs. Was it thought to have any funding put towards any deferred maintenance in our school buildings? I know that I'm so with y'all on returning stronger. We returned stronger yesterday, staff. But I'm just thinking about the deferred maintenance that we have in our buildings and seeing how we can physically change the physical environment to support our students returning to the schools, to make sure they're not coming back into a place as they left it in 2020. So thinking if we have any funds that can be dispersed in that way, whether they come from that 9 million or not. But I do think that in not large infrastructure improvements, but simple things such as bathrooms, things that children are going to need, updated furniture, as we're trying to social distance. And like my school, we got 1,400 kids on the roster. So you think about how we going to combat the spread of COVID, but we need that extra support for our school buildings. So those are just two things that I wanted to point out to see if the administration can look and see if we can make some updates on that when this returns. But as my colleague says, I do look forward to looking at this in more detail. So thank you all for bringing this today.
Councilman Cord.
Mayor, Superintendent, I got to start with you, Councilman Carlisle. Everything that you said, I got to go to Ms. Easter Thomas and everybody else that just spoke, okay? I'll start with the school board first, okay? We did give you all $5 million. Y'all already had the computers, but we gave you $5 million. Person that I talked to kind of snitched on the school board because they told me something different. Children are very important, but it hadn't been getting to the children. You need to get to them, just like what Ms. Easter Thomas said. Let's do something in these schools. Y'all got plenty of money. I want y'all to use it, because this is going to be a year, I'm going to give everybody a little hell. Okay? Money's being misused. It's not getting to the people that it should. That's why I'm starting with the school board. These children getting ready to go back. Y'all need to do y'all thing, okay? Because if it's left up to me, y'all won't get another dime from the city of Memphis, because y'all already got all the money. So you start on that one, okay? There's a lot of other issues. Rescue, we need to go through this quite a bit. I don't have nothing wrong with the police department. I'm not going to give you all this money and it don't do what it's supposed to do. I keep telling y'all, I'm going to give y'all hell before the end of this year, because a lot of things need to be done. And then everybody wants to sit and talk, yeah, South Memphis, North Memphis. We've been misused and abused. Okay? You said you don't have a store. Somebody in here get her a store by the next few weeks. We had the same thing over at Southgate. Was no store. Come to the plate. Yeah, I'm gonna be on y'all butts today. I see everybody here. I want this council to understand. It ain't a black issue, it's not a white issue. It's a right issue today. And I want y'all to understand, because we got everybody out here, so y'all find the way. Every dime that you spend, I want y'all to report it to us. Don't tell me, hey, you gave it to me and we don't have to do anything. Them days over. Understood? Don't get a dime. If you can't report to us, you're not going to get a dime from here. And I think I might be able to get 7 votes. If not, I'm going to embarrass the others. I'm just letting y'all know, okay? So let's wake up today, let's start anew, okay? We're gonna do this together, or we're not gonna do it at all. And we're gonna let the public know, because you know you got a lot of elections coming up. A lot of people wanna run for something. And I'm gonna be out there and let them know, you don't need this person, you don't need this headache. Let's get somebody that's right. I ain't running for nothing. But I do want it right before I leave here on this council, that, hey, I did something worthwhile for the people of the city of Memphis. And you know, and a lot of people have misused us, told us this, told us that, and nothing ever happened. New day. New day. I want everybody that's sitting out there, do something. Let the people see that you're doing something. If you picked up one piece of paper, because this is a nasty city. Everywhere you go, you don't see nothing but trash. Okay? I want y'all to get my message today. Because like I said, you know, media don't like me, which I don't care. But I don't need the media to get my word out. Okay? I'm through. Appreciate you. But I just had to say that.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Smiley, and we have run over time a little bit, so we're going to try to keep it tight.
I would just like to say that it's Councilman Carlisle's fault. Usually it's me, so it's okay. I just have a couple of quick questions. I think first, I'm not sure, and I want to make sure we're not duplicating or being duplicative as it relates to, you know, where we spend our money. I guess the first one is about opportunity youth. Not really familiar with that, because I don't want to make sure we're not being redundant with Manhood University Blight Remediation Program, and then also public service, of course. And then the next question, I guess, would be for Chief Davis. I think there was an allocation here. Just taking a look at it, and I think I heard it. For $500,000 for a non-fatal gun violence program. Is that something that essentially trying to add more funding to something we already have, or is it a new program? So I don't really care how we address it, but I want to hear like 1 minute for each, so I can just have some type of foundational understanding of both of those.
CJ Davis, council member, this is to address some of the non-fatal shootings that we see around the city. Specifically aggravated assaults, we see thousands of them. And if we put more attention to the aggravated assaults, which right now we don't really have the type of manpower that we would like to have, it may cut down on many of the homicides that we see. It's basically going after those individuals, being more laser focused on individuals who are actually committing shootings, whether they're on the interstate or in communities and committing vandalism. And sometimes the officers have so many reports that they can't put focus on those particular shootings.
So with this funds, are we essentially paying overtime, or we're bringing new people in? I just want to know how this funds will be used.
I'm sorry, it would be to add additional individuals for a unit that specifically addresses non-fatal shootings.
Okay. And then I'm not sure who's going to speak to the opportunity youth. Okay.
Good morning, Ken Moody. Our Opportunity Youth Program is a new program. It's evolving, so it's separate from what ICE does. It says,
okay,
16 to 24, not in school or not working.
Okay, and so right now we're just working on trying to develop a program. There's no specific program in place yet, but it's something soon to come.
Exactly.
Assuming we allocate the money for the program.
Exactly right, Council. We're going to spend it before you give it to us.
I don't know.
Manhood University, what we're doing is expanding the service that we provide. So it's not going to increase our numbers, but it's going to give us some opportunities to give them some things that they've not had in the past. On the public service corps, I think I came before the council a few weeks ago and made a presentation on the work that the public service corps do. And I think you guys have seen the need for more of that. And so what we're going to do is partner with a nonprofit organization that can complement what we're doing to, I mean, you guys talk about blight all the time, so we can make sure we address blight.
Absolutely. So blight remediation is public service corps?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Superintendent and staff. We appreciate what you all are doing in this city.
All right. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mayor and Superintendent and staff, everybody here. Thank you all for the opportunity. I just would like to see a expanded layout of the request in each. It's somewhat what my colleague was mentioning, Councilman Smiley. If we could get the programs that you want in each area of request and kind of details on that and where you want to go, even if you don't have an exact program, if you could kind of give an example of, you know, what you want to do. Also include where we are in the programs that we already have that you're asking for additional funds for. If you could kind of give us a report card of such on those programs that you're asking for. And one in particular, I want to see if you all have anything in this presentation. I didn't see it directly for those that have been affected by the pandemic and are now homeless. We have a proliferation of panhandling, homelessness, and loitering, those, you know, and we want to get help to the individuals that are experiencing this, but I want to see a holistic plan. We have a lot of different things going on, but it doesn't seem to be a holistic plan for it. And some of it, the increase was, I know, due to the pandemic, and this will be an opportunity to address this need that we have in our community through these funds. So I would hope that we could look at that as well. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Ford, do you want to wrap it up a little bit?
Thank you, Council, and thank you so much for your questions and your inquiries. The teams are here. I realize time is a constraint, but we wanted you to know the teams are here. They're ready to make their presentations to you. They want to share the information with you that they've shared with us. I wish we could have I wish we had money to do every single initiative that we wanted to do. But to Councilman Jones' point, these are precious one-time dollars that we are trying to ensure that we are making the best use of to stabilize our government and to help our community. And I will address just one item on the revenue replacement. Just Council worked with us so wonderfully. And you know, in the last 2 years that we have cut dramatically from our operating budget. The Treasury is aware that this is what municipalities are doing to survive right now. The fact that we did not lay off anyone, we did not cut services. There's a tremendous amount of flexibility to rehire people that were laid off and to restore to the level of government that was pandemic. We didn't do that. We just tightened our belts and cut expenses. So the revenue replacement that we are asking for is to help us do exactly what Treasury suggested we do, and that is stabilize our budget. We realize that you know, this year we're looking at using some of our unassigned fund balance, and the replacement is basically to keep us from having to do that and to stabilize where we are. And in terms to Councilman Ford's question about transparency and reporting, we haven't spent a lot of time sharing with you the requirements of the Treasury Department for this initiative in reporting. So I haven't spent a lot of time talking about that, and I can come back to you and show you the parameters of which we must report. Every single initiative that is being spent from this money must be sent to the Treasury. We have to give detailed outlines of every proposal. And not only that, not only do we have to share it with the Treasury, we are required to share it publicly. It must be posted on our website. So I assure you, as we go through these initiatives and evaluation in terms of do they fit the parameters of the funding that is provided, we have very stringent guidelines about that. And not only must we follow the guidelines, we must publish and report those guidelines and that compliance. So I just wanted to let you know, because we really haven't talked a lot about the reporting requirements for this money, which is very different than the CARES money. So thank you, Council, for letting me share that with you.
All right, thank you very much. It sounds like there's going to have to just be a lot more information exchanged between the council and the organizations and administration on this. So any council members with questions, obviously don't hesitate to reach out.
I have a question.
administration in the next few weeks, but we'll also try to set up some time for a little deeper dive. Councilman Ford, if you can keep it brief, we're going to try to keep rolling.
Keep it very brief. I wasn't talking about the administration. I'm talking about every dime that we give somebody. I want them to report to us, okay? Because I want this money going to the right place. I appreciate the administration and everything that y'all do, but I don't want to give a dime away and it's used for everybody but what it's supposed to be done for, okay? That's why I was on the school board. Don't talk to me about no computers when you had it and we gave you $5 million. I got an issue with it and then you didn't go even clean up the school. I got an issue now. So anybody we give a dime to, you better report it to us, not the administration. Y'all, we allocating it, but I want a report from everybody, every dime. I don't want y'all to give it to somebody that it ain't supposed to be. Thank you very much. Okay. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on from agenda item number 1, and we're going to, without objection, combine agenda items number 2 and 3, which is a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations. These are responsible for Councilwoman Swearingen and Councilman Smiley. Do I have a motion on agenda? Second. All right, move and second. Any comments or discussion on these items? Seeing none?
Just over here. Who it is.
Oh, okay. It's in the paperwork. Hold on just a minute. Do you have it on you?
I got it, but the public doesn't know.
Okay. It's in the public paperwork, which I do not have on me right now. Okay.
Yeah. Solid Rock.
Okay. It is Solid Rock and the Memphis Vietnam Veterans Organization and Harmonic South are the 3 nonprofits that are receiving additional allocations from money that has already been set aside. Yes. Any other comments or questions from council members? Seeing that?
Well, no, Mr. Chairman, if you could just announce who that is.
Okay.
Who's going to?
All right. Harmonic South Strings Orchestra, the amount of $5,000. Memphis Vietnam Veterans Organization, 1113, in the amount of $35,000. And Solid Rock in the amount of $3,900.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. No problem. Perfectly fair request. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Those will receive a favorable recommendation, and there's a request for same night minutes. Any other business for this committee? We're adjourned. Thank you.
The time is 9:52 on August 3rd. Get a roll call, please.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
And Chair Colvett.
And I am present. Chair observes a quorum. First, we have 3 items. First item is a resolution seeking the approval to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $1,312,000 to renovate the existing MPD radio maintenance facility on Flicker Street, project PD 04029, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. May I get a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Canali. Does anybody from the administration here to present on that?
Riverside Drive. We do not have a presentation on it. It's green. We do not have a presentation on it, but we are available for answering questions. This was part of the CIP budget that was presented, and it's moving the money to get the project going.
Sounds good. Any questions from the group? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same right to privileges. Opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. This item passes. Thank you very much. Item 2 is a resolution to amend council FY22 grant allocations. Wait a minute, no, sorry. Resolution seeking the approval to accept and appropriate interagency hazardous materials, public sector training and planning grant program funds in the amount of $120,000 from U.S. DOT Pipeline and Hazard Materials Safety Administration to be used for large-scale proper pipeline training property. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion?
Move. Second.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Canali. Is there anybody from the administration wish to present on that? Thank you very much. So hit the green button. Give me your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. Jason Stewart, 5291 Beagle Trail.
Thank you.
Hope Boyd, 8396 Trondheim.
Outstanding. Please present.
So this training prop is a trench pipeline training prop that's going to include hazardous material and create a more safe environment for our personnel to train for trench rescue. Currently, the way we train is we dig a huge trench that is unsafe as it's open for about 5 days. The earth dries and the trench becomes unsafe. This trench pipeline training prop will create a safe environment for our personnel to train, not only initial training, but refresher training.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions of the committee? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Being the chair, it's unanimous. Approved. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Item number 3 is a resolution requesting the TVA not to relocate coal combustion residuals from the Allen fossil plant to any landfill within the Mississippi embayment. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Warren.
Chairman?
Sir.
What is the difference between this and the item we're going to discuss? Item number 3 and the next medicine. Why are we going to discuss this twice?
Thank you. Councilman Warren, you're recognized. Please tell us why we're talking about this now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this resolution requests the TVA not to dispose of coal ash in any landfill that sits in the Mississippi abatement, and that's due to the risk of our water supply being contaminated. While Tunica may be out of Memphis, there was still a failure of if there's a failure of protective equipment there, a natural disaster, both could create a dire problem with Memphis. I believe TVA is committed to making the best decision possible to remediate this coal ash at the Allen fossil plant. And given that we're the TVA's largest customer and we're reliant on the health of the aquifer for all of our water, I think it's fair and reasonable for us to consider this request. I know some of my colleagues have a resolution that requests TVA with a similar or somewhat similar resolution for TVA, and I'm supportive of that resolution, but this is not a competitive resolution. What this resolution is doing is asking to make sure that when this is finally done, it's not, it is not stored anywhere on top of our aquifer. And I hope you can support both resolutions. I'm perfectly content for us to have this read today and voted on at our next meeting when I can be back and discuss it further. And I would appreciate that consideration as we move forward. Thank you.
All right, hold one. Let's go ahead and get a motion to send down the affirmative. Let's get a motion for discussion purposes. Moved, seconded. All right, we're in discussion. Martavius Jones is recognized.
Thank you. Dr. Warren, can you elaborate on how expansive the Mississippi abatement is? It's my understanding that the aquifer is not just under Shelby County, but it's quite wide. So part of it is under Mississippi, part of it is under Arkansas, West Tennessee. So if we're saying the Mississippi abatement and that's the entire aquifer, what type of boundaries are we talking about here?
I think we're talking about moving this off of the aquifer in general, which actually it goes through 7 states, as Councilman Jones mentions. This is a huge area, but it also is one that if there is a major issue and we have this toxic material sitting above it, it's potentially going to get into our drinking water and damage it long term. So what we're talking about is if we're going to go ahead and move this stuff, let's move it somewhere where it's not going to have the chance of getting into the drinking water in the future, which means it may have to be moved further than they're planning on moving it. And we should I'm asking them to consider, how do you do that and get it someplace that's going to be safe for, hundreds and hundreds of years, as opposed to, until the local landfill reaches its end of life.
Okay, and so we're talking about a 7-state area. Like I said, I don't know how far north, south, east, or west it goes. I'm assuming it's just not the state of Tennessee. I just question the practicality of if we have to move it to New Mexico. Is that what we're talking about here? And so,
no, I think we're talking about you could do this by moving it 150 miles to the northwest or 150 miles to the northeast.
But wouldn't that still be above the aquifer, though?
Not if you move it east and not if you move it north.
Okay. Well, I would have to see, and I don't know whether it's a TVA responsibility or you as the maker of the motion. I guess I would like to see how the aquifer looks. I don't, pardon my ignorance, but I just don't know the boundaries of which and how practical, because one of the things I still keep in mind is that as a customer of TVA, any costs that are associated with this, we ultimately are the customer is ultimately going to have to pay. Now, I'm not one to put a price tag on safety, but I still want to have an idea of, is this something that is doable if we're talking about removing the threat from the aquifer? As I understand it, a large region, we sit under the New Madrid Fault. And so we could move it to, the foothills of Kentucky, but we still could be a threat to what the aquifer is. I just don't know. And those are the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr.
Councilman Jones, I can get you a map of the aquifer so you can see this is not an unreasonable request. Once you load this up in a truck, whether the truck drives 10 miles or it drives 120 miles, if it drives 120 miles and that gets it off of the aquifer, it's worth it, in my opinion, to spend the extra gas at this point to get it off the aquifer and to, cost the additional cost at this point for the safety of the drinking water in the future.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is certainly an issue that I have some opinions on, and I think I'm going to discuss some more in the MLGW committee. And one of the main differences I feel between the two resolutions in considering this is I feel like this starts to fall a little bit outside the scope of the city council in terms of our, I guess, authority to make a request or responsibility to, where we are responsible for the citizens of Memphis. Yes, we care about the environment on a whole and the larger health of the country and the nation, but it's really the MLGW footprint and the city of Memphis footprint that I feel like we have the authority to make this request to TVA. And so getting into the Mississippi abatement just started to grow a little bit beyond the scope. So on this resolution, I intend to abstain, but on the next one we're discussing, MLGW, I've got quite a few questions for TVA. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah.
Sir.
Sorry, I apologize. This is item number 3.
Yes, sir.
Why don't we just combine these items? I mean, they're basically the same thing.
Already been said.
Yeah.
And then the other one, I don't know why.
I tell you what, why don't we do this? Doc, if it's okay with you, let's hold this item and let's get to MLGW. If we need to bring it back up in executive or tie it potentially together in the MLGW committee, we can discuss it then. But I'm just sensing a little bit of questions, especially about the legality of our potential reach. Is that okay with you?
What I'd like to do is, if we could, is just sort of move it forward to be discussed and voted on next meeting. And let's bring it forward to, combine it with the one in our next committee meeting on MLGW. But I would prefer that we wait and vote on it next meeting when I can be there in person and explain a little bit better. It's sort of hard to do on Zoom. Yeah.
All right, Doc, let's do this then. We'll have a vote with no recommendation. We'll revisit this in 2 weeks and obviously talk about it here in a minute in MLGW. There being no objection, no further people wishing to be recognized. Soon you're ready to vote. The vote is to send it to committee again in 2 weeks, to vote on it in 2 weeks. No recommendation. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Pay the chair, it's unanimous. There being no further business in front of the Parks and Safety.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
There was, I believe they wanted to bring up the mask, the resolution to request the mayor proceed with reinstituting mandatory masking indoors. And I thought it was going to come up in this committee. Is it going to come up in executive committee?
It's coming up in executive in the interest of time because of MLGW. Go ahead and put it there at 2:45.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Warren. There being no further business from the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee, we stand adjourned. All right. If everybody's here. Third, this is the MLGW committee. Call to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilman Smiley. I'm here. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Colvett.
Present. Chair, there's a quorum. We have 3 items on our agenda today. Start off with number 1, a TVA update. All council districts requested by Council Lady Robinson. May I have your name and address for the record? Hit the little green button, and we will get started.
Are we allowed to take our masks off?
Yes, ma'am. While you're speaking.
Okay. Jeanette Mills, Executive Vice President and Chief External Relations Officer at TVA. My address is 531 Main Street in Knoxville, Tennessee, 37902.
All right, sir.
Cedric Adams, Principal Project Manager at Allen. My address is 137 Stony Creek Drive, Florence, Alabama.
Okay. Can we go ahead and have our update then, please?
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us today. We appreciate the opportunity to come speak with you and have some further discussion about the Allen Restoration Project. Before I begin, in addition to Cedric and myself here today, we also have Mark Yates, our Regional Vice President and Western Regional VP, headquartered here in Memphis. As well, we also have representatives from Republic Services and Stantec Consulting. We have Kim Kessler-Arnold, a Vice President at Stantec Consulting with us today, as well as Jason West, General Manager of Republic Services, and Heath Lockley, a Division Manager at Republic Services. So at TVA, we believe in value relationships and partnerships. We value relationships and partnerships with you and the city of Memphis and all its leaders. We know that during this pandemic, you know, we have had a few missteps along the way. It's been a challenge for really everyone to manage. We're not using that as an excuse, but I do think it played a role kind of in how we ended up where we are today. We want to have credible relationships with you, and there are two foundational factors in that, and one is mutual trust and open communications. So here today, we're hopeful that we can further explain not only where we are in the Allen Restoration Project, but what led us to here. So for the last 3 to 4 years, we've been working with a public engagement process, really not only managing the technical issues required with the site, but also engaging in the community regarding the status of the project and really the various stages. Clearly, though, we recognize that we did not do a good job of communicating with this body. And so this was not our intent. Our intentions were to really have open communications. But our execution of this was a bit flawed. So we know that we could have done a better job. And so we're hopeful that today is the first step to begin doing that. We are committed to safely and securely managing the coal ash and protecting the Memphis aquifer. Today, we're going to discuss the project, and we'll listen to you and receive any feedback that you have on potential additional actions. We have some thoughts of our own that we'll share, and hopefully this will be a beginning of a new approach as we manage the Allen Restoration Project. I assume you all have the deck that we provided. So if you go to slide, I'm going to skip to slide 3. I'm going to talk a bit about our historical partnership and shared responsibility relative to the Allen site. TVA is a partner with MLGW, the City of Memphis, Shelby County, and the Port Commission in producing, managing, and storing coal ash to generate power for the benefit of the people of Memphis. MLGW constructed the Allen plant in 1956. You see that timeline? And operated it, I think, in 1959 until TVA began to operate it on behalf, leased the Allen site from MLGW, and then we ultimately purchased it in 1984 and operated it until it closed in 2018. In 2016, TVA, MLGW, the city, the county, and the Port Commission signed an agreement to manage the coal ash at the Allen site. And so this was a good faith agreement between all parties and really represented the ultimate partnership that we had. If you'll go to the next slide, it gives you an overview of really what the overlay of the site looked like. On slide 4, and it's kind of a top aerial view. And as the map illustrates, when you look at the site, the city and MLGW own the pond and the ash in the west ash disposal area. TVA owns the fossil plant and manages the ash. And then the city and county own the east pond ash disposal area, and the port owns the ash. It's a little bit complicated. That's why we wanted to outline it for everyone. You know, this kind of represents the memorandum of agreement that was struck, which is outlined on slide 5. Slide 5 talks about that memorandum of agreement, and there was a group put together, a partnership where we had representatives from each of the different entities in the MOA who would meet quarterly to discuss not only the project, progress of the project, any plans regarding community outreach, et cetera, of which Cedric was a member from TVA. In addition to the MOA agreement, on the next slide, we also talk about our community engagement. So we also conducted 40-plus meetings with the community and outreach in various parts. All the requirements that we had, et cetera. We had over 1,100 people attend, both in person and virtually. We did end up holding a virtual town hall in November of 2020. Due to the pandemic, we went to that approach. So as we stated earlier, we do recognize that there's been a gap in communications. And we just recently realized that. And we are committed to remedying it and taking the time to really hold additional engagement events and meetings to hear more from the community. On slide 7, we wanted to briefly discuss the landfill selection process that was undertaken. So TDA did an initial screening of existing permitted landfills across the country. We identified 784 potential facilities for safe, long-term storage of the coal ash. We narrowed that potential list down to 6 based on additional screening criteria and included these for community considerations as part of our public environmental review process, including 2 community meetings and a public comment period. Then 2 were selected based on this criteria, these meetings and its input, and our shared objective for, again, a safe long-term storage and management of the coal ash. So these 2 options were discussed at the November 2020 meeting. They were presented there. Again, that was a virtual meeting, a virtual open house, and then we launched another public comment period after that. The South Shelby County landfill in Capelville, Tennessee, was determined to be the best option based on the evaluation criteria. If you go to slide 8, as we think about our path forward, I think the real message is we hear you. So what we wanted to do was, last week we did begin holding one-on-one meetings with council members to really try to further explain really the process, what went into it, all the information behind that. We were not able to reach everyone before this meeting, but we'd like to extend offers to anyone we haven't met with to do that. Additionally, we'd like to offer for the council to come out to the landfill area to actually see what is out there, where the road is, et cetera, what the facility looks like. And then additionally, we talked earlier about holding some additional community meetings, making sure everyone understands what's going on, what's involved here. And lastly, in addition to having a quarterly MOA meeting, we want to come to this committee quarterly to provide an update on where this project stands. And then lastly, I just want to make sure everyone understands that we are committed to working with you and the community for the safe disposal of coal ash in the right way. And but again, we do understand the concern about information and making sure that you are informed of our actions. In the appendix of the deck, just goes over some technical questions around coal ash, just really removal, transport, placement, and then also gives a couple pictures of the South Shelby landfill in Capelville, that site. So with that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. Questions from council members? Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm wondering, I see this and you say, you stated that you had a number of facilities that you looked at. Did you have any facilities that were not over the aquifer that were part of your possible choices? And if so, why were those not chosen? And if you could give some basic thoughts on that.
In the environmental impact statement, we identified six landfills. I'm trying to remember exactly which 6 they were, but we had one in North Carolina, one in Arkansas, not Arkansas. I really can't remember which one, but we had several. And what we did do, our procurement process that we stated that we would do, we sent out requests for proposals to each one, and from that we ended up with the 2 that we have.
Is there a way that we could see those particular landfills and the request for proposals and what came back, so we can sort of have an idea of what the options were?
I'm not sure of that request of getting that from our supply chain, but I will check and see.
I'm interested to see if there is something that is, reasonably close, but not on the aquifer. That would be an additional possibility. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Morgan?
Thank you very much. We were able to have discussions a couple of times over the last few weeks, and going back towards those discussions and talking about, the dangers of coal ash. I recognize there is a lot of coal ash in this country. There have been a lot of coal burning electric producing plants all across the country for decades and decades. And it seems like the industry is beginning to understand, and it's being shown in the courts, that there is an additional liability. So it's tough. Y'all are in a tough spot, as are other power providers, Duke Energy, who's been in a number of lawsuits about the relocation of their coal ash as well. But the comparison, and I see this in the appendices, and it's been made over and over, that this is like dirt, I think is a little, or like other elements in the soils, is somewhat accurate and somewhat disingenuous, because we know toxicity is always about dosage and exposure over time. And that when you test coal ash or fly ash, that it's not always consistent, and that there's a range that it falls in. And some of those ranges can fall in the soil range, and some of them fall above and beyond. And that exposure over time, either through leaching into the water or through the air, can have negative impacts on the people that are around it or the people that would have to drink from it. As some of this bears out, I know y'all believe that because of all the mitigating efforts that y'all are taking to reduce the risk to the people that are transporting this, from lining the ponds to a $600 million project. I don't think y'all would spend that money unless there was a concern or a risk to this material being in its current location. So, and y'all made great efforts, I see in the presentation, to make sure that you said this was capable Tennessee and not Memphis, Tennessee. This is Memphis. It's a part of our city. It's not, maybe not in the center, but if we have to represent and defend the people that are on the edges of the city just as fervently as we do the people in the center in any neighborhood. So this is a part of Memphis. And going through all of that, the hardest thing I have is trying to determine whether or not y'all have made a valid decision. Is the risk worth the reward? And we don't want to take any unnecessary risk or exposures to the people in Memphis for this coal ash. And one of the things that I have not been able to get, and I don't know if y'all can answer now, is what is the cost difference between those final two qualifying bids? What was the dollar amount? Because as Councilman Jones alluded to earlier, we are a paying customer of TVA. We understand that y'all have balance sheets and debt, and you're trying to keep costs down for all your customers, which includes us, your largest one. So what was the cost difference between the last two qualifying landfills, the one in Tunica and the one in Memphis?
I really cannot answer that question at this time.
Then at this time, it's hard for us to say whether or not y'all are making, a valid decision, because there is an increased risk. We have to acknowledge that there's some increased risk, and whether that risk is acceptable depends on a lot of factors, but we have a big factor here that we're not able to put into the equation, which is the cost differential, to take it one place versus another.
Yes, one comment I would make, would you describe the EIS criteria, difference between the two sites? Can you describe that? Mm-hmm. Because I know you're interested in cost, but there is an EIS criteria, 6 steps that we considered as we compared it, that had a lot of environmental type impacts as well. So can you maybe discuss?
Yeah, so in the environmental impact statement that's the document that we do our due diligence in examining these landfills and these sites. We looked at air quality, noise, transportation, public health and safety, natural areas, parks and recreations, and environmental justice. And so in each one of those, it talks about the potential impacts for fugitive dust emissions and CCR or coal combustion residual to landfills. It talks about impacts of noise, on down the line. And so we have to look at those things prior to us making a decision to ensure that we look at those things. So that's the due diligence that we do from that perspective.
Mm-hmm. And from the chair we sit in, I think we'd be interested in about the environmental impact to the city of Memphis versus the environmental impact not to the city of Memphis in decision one, versus decision number two. So having it dumped in Memphis has an increased environmental impact here versus the other option. And all the mitigation that y'all put in place to try to offset those risks, even if everything goes right, I still think there's increased risk to Memphis, and things don't always go right. And sometimes contractors don't always do what they're supposed to do, or they don't follow the safety guidelines that they're supposed to. There are a lot of allegations of that going on in Kingston right now about, and again, it's not TVA, but it's the contractor y'all hired, and here y'all going to have a partnership with Republic Landfill and Services, and so there's going to be some certain level of trust that is outside y'all's control, and sometimes things don't always go right. And when that happens, the burden of that risk falls on Memphis. And so that, I think, is part of the reason we ask that if there are other options, if there are opportunities, please don't put this risk on us. We can't always predict what's going to happen into the future. So I'll let other colleagues speak and go forward. But
if I may, I must state for the record, this project is probably one of the most comprehensive looks at removal of the ash from the site. Inside the environmental impact statement, we look at several different alternatives. One is to leave it in place. The other one is to close in place, and the other one was to closure by removal. And for the best decision for Memphis was to do the closure by removal, and that was the best decision to remove the ash. And then as we looked at the landfills, we looked at existing landfills. Was number one. We would look at existing landfills that could accept coal combustion residuals that have the capability of permit, that have the airspace or permitted space to contain it, and then also the landfills that can hold or have a monofill where you can store that waste and only that waste, in one general area, and nothing else can be stored there.
The other comment I'll make is we could offer to have a presentation from Republic Services on the details of the landfill, whether one-on-one or come back to the committee. We just didn't have time today because we were limited on time.
And I'd be open to hearing and seeing that. But again, there's always a human element to it as well. And it's not only the management, but it's the person on the ground who's operating as well. And, we're putting ourselves at risk with every, decision they make on the job, and whether they're following protocols exactly right or have been trained correctly. Because again, in TVA's past, I think sometimes that has fallen through. So,
we've learned from that. I assure you, we've learned from that. We have put the controls in place to ensure that does not happen again. So I think having an additional conversation with that group. They're here today, but I'm trying to be sensitive to time. We can arrange that.
All right, so I'm going to be sensitive to my colleagues as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Council Lady Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and good morning to each and one of you. I first want to say thank you to TVA. This past week, I did have an opportunity to speak to several members of the group and gave a different insight about the project. First of all, it's about the memorandum of understanding that I would probably like to speak to my colleagues about in regards to what was their thought process at the time when they signed that memorandum of understanding. What were they actually expecting at that particular time? But they did share with me quite a bit of information about the process and to ensure that they were doing to the best of their ability all that they could do to protect the citizens. I too had a question in regards to why did you end up selecting this particular site, but as Morgan has mentioned, we'll probably get more into that later, so I'll listen for that information. But I'm still seeking information in regards to interaction with your average citizen. I understood you explained the process to me, how you were removing the coal from the property, placing it in a truck. And I'm looking at the picture here, and I guess you have some type of shield going over the truck to try to prevent it from flying out. But what other action or how do individuals know this is an ash truck going down? What time of day does this take place? How many trucks are you having moving every day? What's more about the process that the citizens can be aware of what's actually taking place in the transfer of these ash from one site to the next?
We asked Jason West and Bruce Lockery to answer those questions.
All right, guys, have a seat, join us, and hit the green button. Let me get your name and address for the record, then please share.
Absolutely. My name is Jason West. I'm the General Manager of Republic Services at 5494 Malone Road in Memphis, Tennessee. Heath Lockley, Division Manager for Republic Services, 5494 Malone Road, Memphis, Tennessee. We also do have a presentation as well that we would like to ask the council to share if we could.
In the interest of time, about how long you need?
No, about 5 minutes.
Do we not have it?
I don't have his presentation.
Okay, we do have it on a jump drive here.
Please come forward.
Okay.
Thank you. What does it say?
It should be saved right as you open it.
Council Lady Logan, while we're pulling that up, we're probably going to run into your committee meeting pretty good. Is that okay?
In the interest of time, we'll go ahead and get.
No, we've got a committee at 10:45. I think we can push that to 11 and still make it work.
Okay, Chair, if you allow, when they're getting ready, are you telling Republic, are you the actual individual that's transporting the coal from Allen Plant to your facility?
That is correct.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I had the right people.
When you take possession, you are officially taking possession at the Allen Plant, and that's your liability.
As it leaves the Gallon facility.
Is your mic hot?
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. So good morning, Chair Warren, fellow council members. My name is Jason West. I'm the General Manager of Republic Services. With me is Heath Lockley, the Landfill Division Manager of Republic Services Memphis. And first, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about Republic Services, our mission, our ties to the local community. It's good to be here with you this morning. After my overview of Republic Services Memphis, Heath will give you an in-depth view of South Shelby Landfill and how the city of Memphis has entrusted us with protecting our community, and then I'll wrap things up by answering any questions you may have about the project. Republic Services values are demonstrated by the 5 R's that make up the Republic Star: respectful, responsible, reliable, resourceful, and relentless. These are the principles of how we do business, and they represent the foundation of our culture. One of our taglines is "We work for Earth," meaning that it's our duty to protect the environment and the communities we serve. We have over 36,000 employees who serve 42 states, and we average 5 million pickups per day. We currently have 189 active landfills, and we continue to manage 130 closed landfills. We have 95 landfill gas and renewable energy projects, including 2 here in Memphis, that capture landfill gas and create renewable energy to meet our sustainability goals. We also operate 79 recycle centers, with one of those recycle facilities being here in Memphis. We take pride in our safety record that's 39% better than the industry average. Republic Services has numerous awards to our credit, including Fortune's Most Admired Companies in 2021, and Forbes 2020 list of best employers for women. Republic Services Memphis has been a trusted partner in the community for 39 years and has more than 180 employees who live and work in the Memphis area. Those employees I just mentioned are committed to their community through service and outreach. Pictured on slide 3 are just a few of the partnerships that we have. Some of the most notable are working with Habitat for Humanity, the Memphis Zoo, our Touch a Truck program, and nonprofits like Clean Memphis. In 2020, Republic Services Memphis gave $135,000 in charitable donations to the city. We're proud to be a long-standing community partner to the people and businesses of Memphis, and we've been in operation here for almost 4 decades. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 180 employees who call this beautiful community home, including myself. I'm also happy to share at the end of this presentation details of our Good Neighbor Plan, which focus on K-12 educational efforts around recycling and new partnerships we plan to forge with local nonprofits that are committed to sustainability and environmental stewardship. I know you have questions about the technical aspects of the TVA coal ash contract, so I'm now going to turn it over to our Landfill Division Manager, Heath Lockley, to give you an overview of South Shelby Landfill and our plan to safely manage this project.
Thanks, Jason. Good morning, I'm Heath Lockley, as you mentioned. I'm the division manager here for Memphis, both landfill facilities. And I'd like to discuss a little bit more of the specifics for the TVA project. The first thing I'd like to discuss is how it relates to the transport of the CCR material and how we're going to do it safely and keep it in the forefront of our minds. So for this project, we have specifically commissioned 16 trucks to carry the CCR and completely contain the CCR as it travels from the Allen plant to South Shelby. These trucks are different from your standard haul trucks. They don't have an end gate on the back, and the material is dumped from the side with a mechanically sealed tarp, not your typical tie-down tarp, to prevent release of material. Further, all of these trucks do meet the state and federal DOT guidelines. Worker safety was also taken into account. These trucks minimize any need for the driver to exit the vehicle and come in contact with the material. In addition, drivers are prohibited from exiting the vehicle while on site at either the Allen plant or South Shelby landfill. But we'll talk about the route next. So this route was designed to minimize the impact on residential areas. The route starts at Allen plant, goes to Plant Road, onto Riverport Road to Interstate 55, from Interstate 55 to Shelby Drive to Malone Road, and into the South Shelby landfill. The total travel distance is roughly 20 miles one way. Again, these trucks were purchased with the goal of containing the material and sealing during delivery to protect the public as well as the employees working on the project. Go to the next slide. That's a picture of the trucks there. We can go on to the next one. So we've reached the landfill portion of the presentation here. I'll briefly give an overview of the facility. So we operate 6 to 6 Monday through Friday, 7 to 12 on Saturdays. The landfill property consists of roughly 618 acres. Of the 618 acres, we have 313 acres dedicated for landfill disposal. And inside of that 313 acres of permitted airspace, we have 27 acres we have dedicated for the CCR disposal. The South Shelby landfill meets or exceeds all standards required by the EPA and TDEC, the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. For example, the state and federal regulations state that we must construct a bottom liner that is greater than 10 feet from any potential groundwater source, which we meet. On top of that minimum separation distance, we install a 2-foot clay liner, a plastic HDPE liner, a drainage layer, and protective cover prior to placing any waste. To specifically touch on landfill operations for the CCR material, we will accept the waste and spread it in thin layers with heavy equipment. Operators of the heavy equipment will be in positive pressure cabs with seals and filters that protect them from any dust particles while processing. We have a water truck that will keep the dust down. And just to note again, truck drivers and operators will not be allowed out of the vehicle while acceptance is ongoing. At the end of each day, we'll cover the CCR material with 6 inches of soil or equivalent. The following morning, we will remove that soil and begin the process again. We can go to the next slide.
I believe the videos might be embedded. If you go back to the previous slide.
I won't be able to play them.
Oh, you are? Okay.
That's fine. So I'll just turn the presentation. We do have videos if you'd like to see it, if you want to come to the facility, but Jason will close us out.
Yep, so in closing, Republic Services prides itself on being a good neighbor, and our efforts will continue to focus on revitalizing our neighborhoods, environmental stewardship, public education, and public investment. I also want to hit hard on the fact that this is personal for me as well, because this is my community too. My family lives in Midtown and Cooper Young, and this is our drinking water that we're protecting. These are our streets that we use. These are our neighbors that we've been entrusted to keep safe while solving this issue in partnership with TVA. Memphis is my home, and protecting my home, my neighbors, and my community will always be top priority for me. South Shelby Landfill will continue to be a partner to the city of Memphis, as it has for the past 4 years, with safety as its top priority. Thank you, and we'll now take any questions.
Councilor Johnson, you're still up.
Thank you, Chair, for that. In reference to the diagram, the map you just had, how close are you to the next residential subdivision? How close are you to a residential subdivision?
I don't know that specific answer right now. We can work to get that for you. But we did, during the routing of this, try to avoid any residential areas.
I found something over to the side. Yeah, okay. My concern is, I know in construction sites, they do, when they're moving the dirt around, they use the water technique too to hold it down, but it doesn't do it 100% by any means. So what kind of reassurance are we getting that this dust is not flying, you know, past the Republic property lines? Since your site that you chose is real close to your property line, from what I saw, area that you actually own.
So we pride ourselves in being a safe operation at South Shelby Landfill. We do daily visual inspections, monitoring of all the systems to protect our employees and also the public that come in there. Everything we do, we try to do above and beyond what is the minimum requirement, as in the positive pressure cabs and assuring that the guys don't get out of their
I think your employees are pretty well covered, but I'm concerned about the citizens and the dust getting in the air and being transported through the system at what time.
Well, our goal is to keep.
Do you do any kind of testing of the air so many feet or miles away from your property to ensure that the dust is not traveling?
We don't currently have that in our current operation, but we'd be happy to discuss any of those things with you as we move forward.
Okay, the other question I would request I'd like to have is, could you come back and tell us what else you have on your property? Because through the discussion, I found out that I had a lot of chemicals being buried over there. So I would like to know everything that's located on that property, and now we're adding ash to it. So I just think, for the welfare of the people, we need to know exactly what's on your property.
Again, you know, the CCR will be managed as a separate unit, and we'll continue to operate our current.
Yeah, but I would just like to know what other type of chemicals are you actually placing on that property?
We'd be happy to discuss.
Yeah, we'd like to know that. The other question I raised it last time was this plastic. How thick is it, and how long will it take for it to start destroying or melting or deteriorating?
So I don't know the exact life of that plastic, but I do know that it has been designed by and recommended and approved by EPA, the state of Tennessee, and we will install that. We'll have a certified or approved contractor install it. The Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation will inspect that liner. We will operate that landfill until the close date, which is in excess of the entire landfill, is in excess of 50 years from now. We will manage it for 30 years in the post-closure, and then into the future, it may have other uses. But, you know, hopefully that liner is in existence well beyond any of ours.
And you're going down 10 feet above the water table. Is that what I heard?
No, that is a minimum requirement set by TDEC. We are further away than that.
How far are you?
We're over 40 from any aquifer, and it's greater than that from any water level. But
okay, and one other question. They said we may have an earthquake in the very near future. How would this landfill be affected by this potential earthquake?
So again, I'll go back to there's minimum design standards through the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation.
Mm-hmm.
Those design standards require us to do a seismic evaluation during permitting of any landfill.
Mm-hmm.
We do those to withstand certain earthquake criteria, and then, which is the same case for this material. And we do take, as an example, you can get a smooth liner approved, but a textured liner, if you can imagine, resists more movement, right? So everything we line at the landfill is a textured liner, which isn't required, but we do that to protect everyone.
Does anyone know what kind of harm, if somebody does inhale this ash, what kind of harm it would do to them?
Unfortunately, I'm not a medical professional, and there have been studies that that are available. But our commitment would be doing this project as safely as possible to protect the community. So,
Chair, those are the questions I have at this time. And again, gentlemen, thank you for your job. And thank you, TVA, for the information y'all did provide for me.
Thank you, guys. In the interest of time, we do have two more items, even though this is extraordinarily important. We've got in the queue, Carlisle, Robinson, and Jones. Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. This appears to basically be item 3. I think I'd probably toss it out there. This seems to be the debate we're going to have anyway. So thank you, everybody, for your time. A lot of information today. Just for the record, there wasn't an effort to reach out to have a brief conversation with representatives. And we talked a little bit less about the academics, which I now somewhat regret, but I'm not sure that it really matters. And that was mainly on me. So I'm going to jab you a little bit, and then I'm going to probably give you an opportunity to probably make your case more to your favor, which is, so TVA puts out a contract for the removal of this. We can sit here and debate about, we're doing you a favor, we're not doing you a favor. I explicitly said to them, I wouldn't go down that road in the middle of looking at our power suppliers and the feeling from people that, TVA hasn't been a good partner in and around the community of Memphis, whether it's supplied power or not. That's, again, an opinion. We talked about the distance. Well, I guess I'll just start with TVA. Who took the lead on the community meetings?
Our CCR outreach.
So TVA, not Republic. Okay. So what was the radius you guys used to mail notice for these meetings?
Which meetings?
So Capeville, the area in which we're talking about these community meetings with the removal of this is an industrial area. Like you can see that from the map as far as the state line is confirmed. And so you really don't reach an area until you get about a mile away, which in zoning is well past the 500-foot radius. But in something like this, I would consider in my neighborhood. Councilwoman Johnson asked a very interesting question, which I'm now more than ever interested in understanding, which is, when the wind gets to blowing with toxic air, what is the impact of that? And that's something that's been debated, I think, in federal court a couple times about environmental hazards, which is the air quality and who's responsible for that quality. And I know that there are specific to energy supplying facilities, there are monitors for that, right? That monitor, right? And we talk about things like cap and trade, et cetera. So I'm curious to know that answer. So I'm going to go to Republican, and I'm going to come back to TVA, because what I'm saying on the community meetings is I'm not really sure you get broad input when you're in an industrial area like that and on a state line where we don't have purview into the state of Mississippi, although I would think that a lot of those residents come into Memphis to work, and so they're ours one way or the other. And again, there's just a human element. What's the size of the contract to Republic Services?
When you say the size of the contract, Councilman, you mean
the value? 200 million, 300 million, 400. How much are you being paid to transport and store the material?
So that, unfortunately, I don't think we can get into that. So we're transporting.
Hold on. Whether you think you can or can't, I'm just either tell me you're not going to tell me or you are. How much you're being paid to transport this material? You're not going to disclose that question. Okay. So I know that there's $600 million generally on the table as the cost of remediation. You guys are probably getting a sizable portion. So you are financially incentivized to be here today to lobby? Because I'm assuming you don't own the Tunica site, correct?
We do not.
Right. Okay. So step one is the storage group is financially incentivized to lobby that it go to their site and they be the transporter based on what I'm going to assume is a sizable contract. So just keep that in mind as we're going forward. So we talked about the distance. I mean, I love you. It's a point I would probably take if I were on your side, but like, don't tell me the interstate is not the best way to go because it's the fastest transport. I mean, that's what interstates are there for. It's just good that it avoids residential populations. I'm looking at the map. I can't imagine that there's a better way to transport it, but I guess it's beneficial. It just made me kind of smile as a talking point. Councilman Johnson brought up the seismic events. I would like to hear from an engineer because I think it's a valid point. And to not know the life of a liner, like if I put a 30-year-old roof on at a certain millimeter, I know what the life of that liner looks like. And I think that's a reasonable thing to want to understand. I'll say this. Someone like me would typically come before this body and say, I understand that we need landfills in areas of Memphis, but I don't live in that part of town, and that's a difficult place for me to be and make that statement because I have to be empathetic and sympathetic to my colleagues who do live in that part of town and the people that they represent and defer to them and how they feel and they represent their constituents. Because so often the retort back is, would you want a landfill in your backyard? And the answer is nope. So to my colleagues, I really do defer to you and will take your lead. But one thing I will say back to TVA is if the city council passes a moratorium and it's legal and stands, which could get litigious, but let's just hypothetically say we prevail, or that you look at the process or rebid this contract outside of the city of Memphis, what would that do to the timeline of remediating that ash?
That would extend the time.
Well, that's obvious. Generally speaking, years, months?
I really, you know, it could be, for instance, if you design a new landfill, it takes up to 5 years to permit it.
Yeah. So I think to my colleagues, I think that's going to be where we're going to have to kind of put up or shut up is it palatable to have it transported and stored in this area? And I'm not sure it is. Or is it more of the desire to get it out of here or out of that facility, off the groundwater and into a liner? And I think that's where we're ultimately gonna go, because I would agree. If they have to go back through a bidding process, it's gonna slow their process down. And the question is, how long is that gonna be? And is that something we're willing to risk? I don't have the answers today, but I would just pose those questions out there. I appreciate everybody's time. I appreciate what you guys do. I understand some of these things are kind of the nature of the beast of mistakes of the past, and this is an attempt to kind of right that. I'm not saying that anybody's specifically liable, MLGW or TVA or whoever owns the property. I get it. But that's kind of the landscape as I see it. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to say I appreciate TVA for having their representation here as well as Republic. I represent District 3. Since 2016, we have had 2 applications for landfills just in our district, and the citizens have said absolutely no. We have, I know for a fact, a landfill that's closed on Jackson Pit Road that's still emitting whatever the gases are that come up out of the soil. The community has shared with me they don't want any other toxic materials in the community. They have not been to any community meetings. So as I listen to the dialogue, the community meetings were probably around organizations on environmental issues, but no one actually in that area, to my understanding. My question today is, can TVA mitigate the coal ash where it is and remove the toxicity from that landfill where it is, as my understanding, someone sent me a message, and I don't know if it's true or not, that can be done right where it is and it would not harm anything. Two, if we move it to another location, my concern is you say it's going to be covered, but all particles, when you have a tarp, it is not sealed where nothing could escape, as well as when you get it to the landfill, there's a lining that could deteriorate over time. And no one has shared with us today the end of life or the use of that landfill. I saw how much land you have over there, and you have different look like areas, but I don't know how much trash or disposable materials can go in any of those tracks that you have. And then when is the end of the life, and what will be the use of that property after it is closed? I know there are a lot of rules around it by EPA. You should be able to share that with us today.
Councilwoman Robinson, I will attempt to answer I believe it was your first question about being able to remediate the site and its current location. Over the past 4 years that we've been doing a remedial investigation, we've been under the direction or oversight of TDEC, and we have looked at in place, leaving it in place, and I believe it will be a tall task for us to leave it in place, considering the regulations and TDEC guidance. That's what I believe today. But we will have to communicate and with TDEC about those kinds of things. I think it will be a tall task for us.
So the question that I have, is there a way to mediate it right there? I didn't say just leave it there, but to remove the toxins from the soil, from that area, that coal ash.
There is a way to do it. It will require more time.
Will you please provide us with that information?
I shall.
Thank you. And then Republic, will you answer the question about the use of your landfill? What areas in your landfill? What is the end of life for that field? And what do you have permission? What can we use that landfill after you close it at the end of its life?
Sure. So as far as when that landfill will be full or we would close it, it's in excess of 50 years. That changes depending on how much waste we take in a given year of when that will close. You're permitted based on the capacity of the landfill, not a time frame.
So what is the capacity? And it looks like you have it divided up. So it can't be the capacity of the whole 600.
That's correct.
Right. So tell me about the areas and the capacity and where you are, because you're already it's already being filled. So I'm sure that some areas are closer to being at the end of the life than others.
That's correct. So the phase one of that land, there's 3 phases in that landfill. Well, there's phase 4 would be where we're intending to put the CCR material, but there's 3 phases that currently have waste in them. And we are working to complete all of those as we speak. Phase 1 is actually closed. It's a small landfill on the northwest corner. And then the other phase 2 and 3 are all portions of the active area we have right now. And that all is encompassed in that 300 plus acres. That would be closed more than 50 years from now. After closure, there are options for what that could be used for. I'm not certain. I haven't been a part of a type closure where it was used or after a post-closure period. These regulations, I don't know that many landfills have reached after the 30-year management period. But after that, there are options, and EPA has guidance for what that can be done, and I'd be happy to discuss those with you. I just don't know what all those are right now.
Okay, please provide us with that information. And now talk to us about the area which you plan on putting the coal ash.
So I'll generally talk about it, and then if there's some specific questions, feel free to ask them. So there's 27 acres in that phase 4 area that we have dedicated MSW airspace or permitted space through the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation for the CCR disposal. It consists of that 27 acres being lined with the clay liner and the geomembrane, which is a synthetic liner that is roughly a 1/4 inch or more thick. It's 60 mils is that actually term in the technical world, but I don't know that exact conversion. But and then there's a drainage layer and protective cover to protect the liner from any UV degradation, like sun degradation. And then when we fill that up, we would cap it with a similar liner system. So it'd have 2 additional feet of cover, then another liner system, then more protective cover, soil on top of that, and it would be seeded. So I don't know if you want what other specifics you want as far as that's just how it's permitted.
Okay, so the liner, can you tell us about the liner? How long does it last? Does it dissolve over time or disintegrate? And then what happens?
So I'm not an expert in those liners. I am a manager of those liners. So I do know that they last in excess of the time we're permitted to manage them. So we manage them during construction and filling. So 50 years, as I said, they'll last. And then we go into post-closure, which is the 30 years. And again, I'll have to get more information on that liner degradation for you, but I'd be happy to do that. I just don't have that answer today.
Okay, and please find out what is the impact to the environment in that area. We don't want another situation like we had and still concerned about at the Army Depot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm guilty of practicing something that I thought I'd never do, and that's that whole concept of not in my backyard. One of the questions that I asked at the last meeting is, how did TVA treat the the breach that took place over in East Tennessee? And the question that I asked was, it relocated to another part of the same county, and I was informed that it was. So I admit that I'm guilty of that. But one of the things I hope that I've done in this 8 years, what will be 8 years that I serve on this council, is I've not just looked at the 8 years or the immediate years that follow. I like to think that when I talk about us putting up and approving construction, I like brick because brick lasts versus some of the new material that comes up. This is why, to ask about what's going to happen in 40, 50 years. So to think of I understand that the landfill is there. It's been there for a while. There are risks that are there that are not going to go away, but I just have concerns about how we're doing anything that could add to additional risk that may take place going forward. It would be my desire, and I asked the question earlier, Ms. Perry, I'm going to email you this, because I didn't have an idea of how the sands, or just how expansive the sands aquifer is. I found a graphic of it from the University of Memphis, and I think that for the public's consumption and for my colleagues who may not know, like I didn't know before this, it would be helpful to do so. And it would just be my desire that, and like I said, I'm operating something that I never thought I'd do, not in my backyard. I would be hopeful that this is not I know that investments have been made in this, but it would just be my desire, and I would support what would be Councilman Warren's or some type of combined resolution between the two, that we not locate it on above what would be our aquifer, not knowing what may take place for generations that when everybody in here is no longer here. Are we doing anything that could increase the risk for those who will come behind us? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other council members in the queue? I don't have Chairman Colvette's list of the queue. Okay, I feel like this is a zoning case, and in this instance, we're the public that are sitting out in the audience, and we can make this request to y'all. Yeah, I think it's a fair request where we are saying not in our backyard, and we're doing it on behalf of the people that we represent and what's in our best judgment. And y'all are welcome to take that request under advisement. It can affect your decision. It may or may not. And our relationship will go on between Memphis and TVA after this kind of, no matter what you decide for at least, the near future. And we're going to have to continue to work through problems that come up on different issues. And I hope next time that there can be, I guess, a more consideration or open dialogue from the beginning about an issue that y'all thought wasn't going to affect us. It was, might not have struck a nerve in Memphis, but it certainly does. And I just, maybe we weren't considered as closely throughout this process or brought into it as we should have been. And going forward, I think we would very much appreciate that consideration and your consideration to any request that this body might make in resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no other council members seeking to be recognized, thank y'all for coming. Colleagues, before we get our water testing overview, can we go to item 3, a resolution to cease any movement of TVA's proposed plan to relocate coal ash to District 3 and urge TVA not to dump within MLGW service delivery areas. All council districts, sponsored by council members Morgan, Robinson, Canale, Carlisle, Ford, Johnson, and also Colvette. If the staff will add me to it. Forgive me, I was running. Andre, do you wish to be recognized? Okay. Well, you come walking up, man. Moved. All right. Second. Been moved by Morgan, properly seconded by Jones. We are officially in discussion. Am I correct that this item will come to full council in 2 weeks? Not tonight. Correct. I understand that correctly. In the interest of time, do we want to get Council Lady Johnson?
Are we going to discuss this now? Because I have a question related to this.
Let's do this. In the interest of time, I say ask the one question. There you go. Councilor Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. When I was talking to TVA, it was brought to my attention about this memorandum of understanding that existed that was signed back in 2016. And my question is, do I have any members here who remember signing that memorandum of understanding and what it actually stood for? Because based on that memorandum, it appears that Memphis assumed total responsibility for the ash and then gave total release to TVA to do whatever they wanted to do with it. And wasn't any guidance, unless it's something I'm missing in between on this memorandum.
I would have to check with legal, but I'm pretty certain that the MOA wouldn't even come through the council. It'd be an agreement between the administration and his authority to sign contracts and enter into agreements on behalf of the city. So I don't recall it in 2016 as being something that we took action on.
We can discuss this.
We'll discuss later. Councilman?
Thank you.
Councilman Smiley's added as a co-sponsor. All things being equal, then let's hold our conversation. We'll have this again in committee in 2 weeks to vote on it that night, and I would expect same night minutes. If I had to bet, there'd be no further business.
Co-sponsor, please.
Oh, Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to be added as a co-sponsor also.
Confirmed. Okay, we got that, signal for the businesses is held for 2 weeks, for committee, but in full council also in 2 weeks. We'll go to item number 2, MLGW water testing overview. Mr. President, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're grateful to be here today. Today, Blair Carter Burks, who manages our water quality control testing lab at the water pumping station, will give a very brief response to questions from a couple of weeks ago for testing. She has a presentation that's actually up on the screen now. Blair?
May I have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Loretta Carter Burks. I am the manager of the Water Quality Assurance Laboratory. My address is 8879 Johnson Cove, Cardova, Tennessee.
A constituent, welcome. Please present.
I would like to say first, good morning.
Good morning.
Council. And I am grateful that you have asked me to come down and visit with you and talk to you about our drinking water and what our role is in the process. The lab serves as the guardian of the only full product.
Push it again.
Is it green?
Just speak into the green line. Yeah.
There you go.
Lab serves as the guardian of the only food product that Memphis Light, Gas, and Water provides. That's right. Water is considered a food product. Not only is it food, it is readily available upon request at your tap. It's our job to serve it to you as our customer. Wouldn't it be great if all food was served like that? Can you just imagine? We make sure we do all the things that are necessary to provide you good, safe, quality drinking water. Next slide, please. That's not the video.
That's the video. Is that going to work? Just skip. You can't play a video. Okay, so go to the next one.
Just go
to the next one.
Okay. I will give you a recap of what the video would have said. The water lab is located on the campus of the Shin Pumping Station. That's out East Memphis near the University of Memphis. We have a team of experienced chemists, analysts to ensure the water quality is safe. That's what we do every day. We maintain our state certification for drinking water analysis. That allows us to do the testing that has to be done. We currently have, out of the 11 people in our department, we have 6 people who have WT4 certification. That's one of the highest certifications that we can get in water for a water treatment operator. And 4 more are going to test this coming fall. What you don't know is that we analyze about 40,000 tests per year. They're chemical and microbiological tests. And it really depends on the circumstances, what's going on. Because if we have an issue that we have to get out and do more testing, we do that. We are always ready to take care of the drinking water because nothing else touches everybody in this city more than the water. It doesn't matter who you are, where you live. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. We all come in contact with drinking water in some capacity every day. Drinking water is not separated from the fire hydrant. We have one water that goes to everything that we do in this city concerning water. And all I can do is sit here and tell you today that I can assure you that your drinking water is readily available. So what's the bottom line? I don't want to give you any fluff. I'm telling you the truth because I drink the water. I have 3 beautiful, beautiful, beautiful grandchildren. And I make sure that they get plenty of drinking water too, because it's good for you. The lab monitors the quality control of water production and treatment processes. So what does that include? That means that we add all of the chemicals that the state of Tennessee says that we should add. Our system is considered to be optimized. So everything that needs to be in the water is there. And it's at a very low level. Everything is there pretty much at 1 part per million. We also do regulatory compliance monitoring. The state and federal government tell us what we need to monitor. We don't get to make the decision ourselves. They tell us, they send it out. Every 3 years, we get a list that says chemical monitoring plan, and this is what you must do. And that is what we do. We can't decide, well, we don't want to do that. We can't even make up our own processes or methods. We have to follow everything that the state and the federal government tells us. We also deal with water quality complaints. And this is really dear to my heart because customers are very important. They pay for the service and we give it to them. I was born and raised in a little country store in Mississippi. And customers came into the store, I helped you and gave them all the things that they needed. In addition to making sure the quality of the water is good and safe, we value one of MLGW's values, which is compassionate service. Integrity is important, ownership is important, inclusion, all those things are important. But I believe it was Maya Angelou who said, I may forget what he said, I will never forget how they made me feel. So in addition to making sure the quality of the water is good and safe, MLGW is committed to providing superior customer and people experiences. We do so with empathy, courtesy, and efficiency. So the state regulations require water systems to establish and maintain data for all customer inquiries. Typically, the customers that like gas and water will have discolored water, they may have lead and copper requirements, like to have that testing done, taste and odor problems, and particles. When a customer calls into the laboratory, it's our job to figure out what their problem is and give them some assistance in solving the problem. In 2020, the lab responded to more than 1,000 customer calls. And I challenge you to find someone who left us afraid of the results that they got. We called them, made sure they understood what the problem was that they were concerned about, and we took care of it. I encourage everyone to get a copy of the 2020 water quality report. Now, we used to send these out. I've carried hundreds of them to different places. But today, you can go on MLGW.com and download this water quality report. It will give you the basic information you need to know about the quality of our water. And this is not just something that we did. The state of Tennessee and the federal government will tell you, Memphis Gas and Water did the testing. We provided them in a timely manner the data that was required. And everyone needs to get one of these. Now, if you don't have a computer, and there are a lot of senior citizens who don't have computers, if you don't have a computer, then what you can do is go to the library, and there's some other public areas that you can also get a copy of this. Finally, I would be honored, very, very honored, if the council will come out to our laboratory. I cannot give you or make you believe the quality of work that we do in that department because we feel so passionate about the drinking water. Should you have any questions or concerns, you may contact the water lab by email, and that would be waterlab@mlgw.org. You can also call us, 901-320-3962. And I hope I have given you enough information to pique your interest that you would come out to the laboratory.
Thank you very much. Carla?
Thank you for that, and thank you for coming back. I've followed this as a private citizen through the years as it's come up, and it's really incredible the work that MLGW has done compared to other cities as far as its facilities. Again, this is back to our ARPA discussion. I think Councilman Ford brought this up last time, which is the issue seems to, for Memphians, for the average citizen, seems to be from where your responsibility stops to their home, and I'm sure there's probably a order of magnitude somewhere, and there may not be. I don't know if there's any way to judge that, but it would be, I would like an idea from MLGW of some semblance of a recommendation that it can make to this body on if we were to appropriate funds for private citizens to match or upgrade their piping, what that number would look like. The body may say no thanks. It may say we'll do half of that, but it seems like that's an opportunity for us as a body to consider as we're looking at home repairs and things like that. So I'd be curious to get a recommendation. Maybe next week, shoot us an email, whatever that looks like. So thank you, Chair.
With an estimate, just to be clear, with an estimate of what we think that might be in terms of costs for remediating.
I don't know that we were going to have. I don't know how many homes that don't. I mean, I'm sure that number is astronomical, but we've got to start somewhere.
Nick's got some information probably on that.
Yeah, I'm Nick Newman, 3050 Ward Road, Millington, Tennessee. Yeah, we do. We have gone out and inspected our lines, and in that, we also inspected the customer's line. Now, we're not completely through with that so far, but right now we have around 20,000 customer lines that need to be either they are lead or they're unknown. A lot of things you can't really see. So there's around 20,000 right now. We do have a few more areas to inspect. We have inspected what we call inside the parkways. That's where all the older homes are.
Sure.
In South Memphis and North Memphis. So we do have some small markets, but right now it's around 20,000. And I'm not a plumber, so I don't know cost to replace a line, but usually it's, from what I know, $3,000 to replace your line, depending on the length of it is. If you've got a long line, it's more. If a short line, it's less. It depends on.
So more material, more money.
Correct.
Got it. Makes sense.
And then inside the home, that's really, it could be the fixtures, it could be the pipe, it could be the solder holding the pipe together. There's all kinds of theirs. Now, one thing to keep in mind, and we talked about this earlier, there is a new lead and copper rule coming out this year or potentially next year. In that rule, there are some guidelines in there of total line replacement from the main all the way into the home. So there is some federal recommendations for that, requirements that's coming up, and we're hoping there's some funding behind that as well on the federal level. But the city council would be great.
Yeah, I think again, as my colleague Councilman Ford has mentioned before, sometimes these federal programs don't actually make it down the way. So that's very helpful. I think what I would suggest is we get together and see if there's a needs-based program that we can look at through the ARPA dollars to help some of these low to moderate income communities. Anyway, I thank you for that. I appreciate it. Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that line of questioning, Councilman Carlisle. Colleagues, with the ARPA money, this is, and I enjoy the dialogue that we have because you're mentioning that just had a light bulb go off in my head. This is the type of transformational thing that has impact for years to come. Instead of spending on police cars, that should come from general fund. We ordinarily wouldn't have opportunities to look at remediation for things like this. So I hope that we be creative and look at things that really help people in the communities in which we serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members wish to be recognized, thank you very much for coming. There being no further business from the MLGW committee, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
To the Environment Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Lakivia, please call the roll.
Council members present, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman, Robinson, Councilman Ford, Councilman Jones, Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, present, Councilman Corvette, and Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues of the clerk, we have only one item. Item number one is a resolution to allocate and appropriate CIP PK 01032 FY22 funds for the Air Rights Community Center in the amount of $4,800. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Second.
Who is the?
Oh, with same night minutes.
Motion.
No, this not the.
Second.
Well, he can move. That's fine.
All right, we have anyone from, who moved it?
Ford,
Okay,
second by
moved,
Smiley.
second by Smiley. Director Walker?
Yes, ma'am. Nick Walker, Director of Parks and Neighborhood, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery. Real controversial here, I know. This is the bulk of the construction funds to finish the construction of Ed Rice Community Center, which anyone who's been involved in is very excited to see the day coming when we're going to be doing a ribbon cut and getting that thing open. This will take us through the finish of the construction and FF&E with a opening date still scheduled for spring of 22.
Awesome, thank you. One in the queue, no one in the queue, anyone to be recognized on this? All right, let's vote. We take a roll call vote. Okay, we do voice. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? From the chair's perspective, it passes.
Good out there. It is 55% done.
Thank you. Any other business before this committee? Not see any. We stand in adjournment.
Ms. Keaton, could you call roll, maybe?
Yes. Dr. Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Chair Smiley.
Present, ready to roll. All right, we have 4 items on the agenda. Today, the first item, a resolution requesting approval to sell city-owned property known as 2451 Brooklyn Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114, parcel ID 061014000010, District 4, Subdistrict 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion to second?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Robinson. Also like to note that Councilwoman Logan is present. So, Mr. Orth, I call you doctor. Hey, take it. Dr. Osborne.
8935 real estate manager. I'm going to introduce you to Ms. Sharon Thomas, who was the primary on this particular project, and she's going to explain the details.
Ms. Thomas, thank you for being here today.
Thomas, is a native of Memphis, and she wants to build a single-family home on 2451 Brooklyn Avenue. The purchasing price we came up with was $2,400 by doing the Compton area.
Any questions by any of my colleagues? I cannot see Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Robinson. All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's an opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Item number 2, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $452,545 from project number PW04103 Walker Avenue, Streetscape Phase 2 to project number PW01147 Malone and Homes to Shelby for the construction of sidewalks, curb and gutter pavement and landscape. District 3, Subdistrict 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I motion to second?
So moved, Robinson.
Moved by Canelli, seconded by Robinson. Anyone from the administration speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Robert Connect, Public Works Director, and I'm joined here by...
We're doing well. We got both directors here today. Go ahead.
Want to give good information. Yes, sir. So we have, we're moving funding from a project that is completed to a project that we're getting prepared to do construction on. So in this case, we're moving it from the Walker Streetscape Phase 2, which is now complete, and want to reallocate those existing funds to the Malone Road from Holmes to Shelby Drive project for construction of infrastructure. So this is just making sure the funds we have in surplus are applied to another project that we need to fund for construction.
All right. Any council members with questions on this item? All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Moving on. Item number 3, motor-owned presentation. All council dishes requested by Councilwoman Logan. And with that, Councilwoman Logan, if you have any comments, if not, we're going to turn it over to, I guess, everybody. Director Adams, Director Connect, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here. Just wanted to get for the public hearing as well, just on the details on the motor-owned. We have a number of, as you know, we have a number of lots in the communities in the neighborhoods that are overgrown and blighted, and so a number of constituents have asked about it, and I just wanted to have a public presentation of the motor-owned.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. So I was asked to participate in this, but this is actually a program that is administered by General Services because it involves city-owned property and real estate. So I've asked Director Adams and Carlton Osborne to give an update to council on the history and what the program entails and how it works.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Antonio Adams, Director of General Services. So I'll start out and give an overview of the motor-owned program, and just because it's set on the committee when former council member Berlin Boyd created the motor-owned program. And at the time, it was a program created to, 1, address blight, and then 2, address artificial financial hurdles that some local property owners would have when they are trying to acquire property, and specifically in neighborhoods where there were adjacent properties that were vacant, specifically vacant lots. So at that particular time, what he thought of having is to allow those lots to go into a program, and that program through some application fee, then the application fee would be paid. And then, of course, that property owner, the adjacent property owner, would then be able, through sweat equity, build up enough equity that would qualify for the purchase or acquisition of their property, and then they could consolidate their properties, that person's property. So that is really the tone and intent of the program. And so I'll turn it over to Mr. Osborne to kind of talk to you about the details since the program has been created.
Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis real estate manager. So again, like Director spoke, this program was created to alleviate blight in the community and allow adjoining property owners to acquire property by earning credits towards the purchase. So a property owner would give us a call and say, hey, I have a property next door to mine, and I'm looking at the Motor Own program and try to enter it. Can you tell me something about it? So basically, I would give them the details on the way that program works. And that basically means that they have to fill out an application. That application would contain information about the property that they currently own, as well as the property that they're looking to acquire. And they would give us details on what they own, and they would have to pay a $175 administrative fee, where there is a lot of administration and maintenance in this program. And then we would come up with, like we do with these property sales, we would come up with a price for the property. And they have the opportunity to provide sweat equity and cut and rake to the tune of, it's a 3-year program. They earn $25 per cut or rake, depending on the season that they're in. And they have to show proof that they've done that by showing before and after photos. They submit those to real estate. We give them credit for the determined price. But that's kind of how the program operates. But in order for the property owner to enter the program, there's some qualifications that they have to meet. One of the qualifications, there's 4 qualifications. One is that they can't have any outstanding tax liens against the property. They can't have any outstanding code violations against their own property. And they must have no outstanding, or they must have a program in place to where they don't have any outstanding MLGW bills stand. So once we clarify that, we create an MOU. That MOU basically describes the responsibilities for the property owner, as well as the responsibility that the city has to them. We send that information over to code, Memphis Code, and they verify the code violations, the outstanding taxes if they have any, and they sign off on it, send it back to us. So once that's done, we will come to council. If it's city owned, if the property is city owned, then we would provide a resolution, come to council, and get it approved. Once they do that, they're fully entered into the program, and that's when they can start to submit their proof of maintenance on the property. Now, if in fact that this property was a Shelby County owned property, then Shelby County has the obligation to deed it over to the city before we can put it in the program, because the ordinance states that it must be city owned before it can enter into the program. So once that's done, and that piece of the puzzle can take some time for Shelby County to go through their council, get it approved to deed over to the city. Once it's deeded over to the city, then we can move forward with the program with that particular property as prescribed from the city perspective. Once it's a 3-year program, they start to accumulate those credits over that 3 years. And at the end of the 3 years, if there's a balance, they pay the balance and we deed the property over to them. And that's basically how the program works.
I have a quick question. I feel like I just skipped everybody. So is there a graphic we can share with the folks who live in our district about the motor-owned program?
Could you repeat the question?
Is there a graphic that we can share with the folks who live in our district about the motor-owned program, a one page?
We have it. I don't have it with me, but yes, we do have a.
Is there a way that you can get that to all council members?
Yes, sir.
Because I know that's information that we've all, there's been inquiries in regards. So I just want to know if we can get that sooner rather than later. We can get it to the folks who live in our district. Because I know we all have various mailing lists.
Councilman, I did submit a 2-page PDF about the program that they provided, so council should have that now if they want to use it.
One pager?
It's 2 pages, unfortunately, but you could do it front and back, and that would cover 1 page.
So
that is provided as well.
So along with that, Councilman, I like to say this. We do have the motor-owned program details and specifics, application, everything is included on the General Services City of Memphis website.
Okay.
And I will say, we market this not only just within the city, we also, Shelby County is cooperative with us. And of course, they do donate the properties to us. Right. So there's not a charge from Shelby County to us. So donate the property, we take the inventory, then of course it enters the program. But one thing that we didn't talk about is many of the properties that there's the inquiries for the motor home. The citizen, after maybe a couple of months into the program, they just outright buy them. And so we have come to you and come to this body to approve an outright acquisition of the property. Property price doesn't change. It stays, once it's agreed upon, then we just bring it to you and you all approve it. Did you want to add?
Yeah, and since the inception of the program, we have had approximately 4 individuals who have completed the program. Of those 4, 2 of them have decided that they would purchase the property while in the program. And when they do that, they just pay the difference from what they've earned, from what the price we decided on, and we deed the property over to them. Because at that point, it's already been approved by council.
No questions?
Councilwoman Logan, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. You said this started when?
It was late 2015, early 2016.
Can you expound on why or what barriers are there that there would only be 4 people, 4 properties, or is there anything we need to revisit?
Well, honestly, so when a person calls our office and they want to buy property, we go over the various ways and methodologies that they can buy property, one being the motor home program. When the individual looks at it and they kind of weigh the options, it's cheaper to just go ahead and outright buy it.
Okay.
And so we've had a lot of people that have inquired about it. So we get inquiries. So the program, it doesn't lack from inquiry. The program may lack from participation because it's a direct route to just go out and acquire the property.
Okay. All right.
And there's another aspect to it as well. A lot of times we will get inquiries and the property owner would say, hey, I've been mowing this lot for 3 years.
Yeah.
Well, the way the ordinance is stated, we can't give them credit for work they've done in the past. We only can give them credit from the time that they've entered into the program officially until the end of the program. Also, another, I would say, hindrance is that they only earn $25 per cut. Quite frankly, $25 per cut, they would rather just go ahead and pay for it themselves.
Right.
Buy it out.
So it has to be a property that's adjacent to the individual's property?
So
that's the only...
Adjacency has been defined as right next to or directly across the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was saying.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right. It appears all hearts and minds are clear. Thank you all so much. I think y'all going to stay right here and talk about the next one, correct?
No, this is all me.
Oh, you? You ready for the fun? All right. Item number 4. Overview on vacant lot cutting. All council dishes requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, anything else to say this, or we just gonna turn straight to Director Connect?
Yes, I am very concerned about the number of 311 complaints that are out there and that get closed that are not cut. They're vacant, overgrown, blighted lots. And I wanted to know just a little bit of information on, well, an overview on the vacant lots in that process, where we are and how we can rectify and get some of these lots cut.
Director Connect, the floor is yours, good sir.
So I have a presentation, if you could bring it up, and that way I can kind of give you an overview of where we are and what we do and the process and the amount of money that we spend on this program on an annual basis. So right now we've cut, as of recently, we've cut 2,800 privately owned. So this is, okay, let's talk about this. This is how we manage private property. So there's two different paths for managing violated property from code violations: occupied or unoccupied or vacant. So if it's an occupied property, then code enforcement handles it directly, and it goes through that process of responding to the owner and getting the owner into compliance. If it doesn't get into compliance, it gets cited to environmental courts. Vacant properties are handled totally differently. They are handled by ground services. And because the ordinances differentiate the two, we can handle them differently and manage them and take different steps, different actions against them. So what we, and I'll show you that, I have a flow chart later. I can kind of show you what that process looks like, what it entails. But as an overview, we have cut 2,800 privately owned lots so far this year. We have another 5,400 active service requests right now that we are trying to get cut. So if you look at our performance, I just wanted to give you a showcase of, like, example, what we've done so far in 2021. So you've seen the 2,838 cuts. The predominant number of cuts happened in District 6. District 7 and District 4 then follow in numbers. If you look at our performance in 2020, you'll see we cut 9,706 privately owned parcels. And the numbers, District 6, District 7, District 4 had the highest number in those two districts in terms of us having to cut privately owned lots. We utilize contractors to do this work because it is seasonal in nature. So it's not it's best financial or economic or practical nature to do it in-house. So we utilize private contractors. We go through an RFQ every 2 years to select contractors. It is in the sheltered market program, which means right now we only use SBE, MWEs in that program. We had 57 registered vendors this year. Of those, though, only 32 were qualified and able to do the program for various reasons. I'll talk about what we're doing later to try to correct that and make another opportunities, but just kind of talking about what happened and where we are now. Of those, only 30 are active. One opted out, saying we didn't have the right equipment, or it was too much of a challenge for them. The other one hasn't signed a contract for whatever reason, and we're continuing to work on that. Currently, all of the contractors have roughly 80 jobs, over 80 jobs assigned to them. And we have another 1,400 in the queue that we have been in the assignment process to. The contractors are supposed to cut the property within 5 days. Unfortunately, right now, they're averaging at least 14 days from the assignment. The main information the contractors are telling us, they're having difficulty managing staff due to COVID illnesses, or they've had other issues, incentives provided from other federal programs. Typically, that's funding they get to support their operations. And then obviously, once you come up in a property where the weeds or grass are 4 to 5 feet high, you can't just cut it with a mower. You have to use weed eaters, and it takes about double or triple the time to do it because of the height of the grass. Then the next one is the next slide kind of gives you like what the process is from a flowchart perspective. So we typically, about 70% of our service requests come from calls to 311. The other 30% are proactively done by our weed inspectors, our compliance specialists, as they go out and check areas for complaints and enter those service requests into our system. Once one has been generated, we have 3 days to go and check the property and verify it. Depending on that situation, they will then issue a notice of violation to the property owner. The property owner, by ordinance, has 7 days to mitigate the issue before we have to go back out and determine that it has been brought into compliance. If it's not brought into compliance, then we then send a violation notice to the owner, and then we'll send our contractor approval to cut it. So from that point, to the time we actually noticed it, we're averaging about 12 days. The contractor then had 5 days. So typically we've been able to historically get done in about 19 days on average for cutting. But now this year we're averaging closer to 30 days or more because of the complexities or issues we're talking about with the contractor. So we're not meeting our goal overall, which is 30 days. We are close, but on average, we're struggling to kind of get with that 30-day completion cycle, and for the various reasons. But so once we have violated it once in a fiscal year, in a calendar year, I'm sorry, if we have a repeat violation, currently we do not have to send notice. We can go ahead and issue another cutting notice to the property owner and cut it again. As I said before, historically, we've been cutting anywhere from 9 to 10,000 privately owned lots. We generally can get at least 2 cuts, sometimes 3 cuts a year of those 9,000 plus properties, and with the budget that we have allocated. And so, then kind of real quickly, how much have we been spending over the last 5 years? We've been spending roughly about $2 million a year cutting privately owned lots. Last year was an off year because of COVID. Most of our contractors had significant challenges. What I did to combat that was we did add in-house cutting to give us some flexibility this year so that we could do things in-house. What I've also done is we've been adding overtime crews from other areas of public works to cut grass as much as we can because our contractors are struggling. So we are doing as much internally. We are going to be doing more emergency contracting. We're trying to get more emergency contractors on using commercial contractors and looking at the SBE groups that didn't get qualified so we can try to have additional beyond the 30 to try to get closer to 50 contractors. That would be very beneficial. And so far this year, we've spent $1.4 million of our $2.3 million budget. So we will probably not. So we spent $1.4 million so far of our $2.4 million budget cutting the lots we have. So we will probably have a little bit of a discussion about what we need to do and if we have to address our budget and move funding from other areas, or to have a discussion with the administration about any supplementation of that. Do you expect any supplementation needed? Well, since we are only at half, a little over half what we normally do, we potentially might have to look at increasing the budget or moving money from elsewhere in that budget to cover the needs.
Okay, so before I go to any of my colleagues on the council, I want you all to know we're 18 minutes behind schedule. So I know this council has a use or don't exercise being brief, but be brief.
Mine's just like yours. So growing season is where we're at. I mean, that's the problem. So you get these massive swells, and I missed the first part. You said it's 19 days basically from the first part. So really the grass is already overgrown. And I guess that's the problem, is we're swelling in the growing season versus other parts of the year. So I struggle to understand a little bit how we actually really address this from a operational standpoint, because if it's 19 days, the growing cycle, the cutting cycle should be every 2 weeks versus, four, really it's 6 weeks by the time we actually get to it. I don't know that I have a solution for that other than trying to money whip it, but like you said, it's hard to find people to do the work. I can't imagine there's a massive need for an upclip in your budget, just because once we exit the growing season, it shouldn't be much of an issue. I mean, so anyway, I don't know.
Well, the grass, again, and I should have clarified, the grass has to be a foot high before we can even violate it. That's the ordinance. The way the ordinance is written, it has to be 12 inches, greater than 12 inches before we can even violate it.
4 weeks after it's already a foot high, which is, I think, the involved, and people say, well, why can't you just get out there with a lawnmower? And it's no fault of Director Connect here, but it's like, well, we have to go through an RFQ and then, process an SBE. And meanwhile, people are like, just please grab a lawnmower and a little 5-gallon tank of gas and come cut the grass. So I don't know if it's bureaucratic red tape and all that good stuff, but the end result is that it's 6, 7, 8 weeks of monstrous grass and people are looking for relief.
Very good point. I think this may be something that this body can do to potentially, compensate those citizens who are proactive. Councilwoman Swearingen, the floor is yours, man.
Thank you very kindly. I appreciate everything that you do, and thank you so much for showing up last Saturday for the walkthrough and on the Orange Mound area and being attentive towards that. That was outside of your boundaries, just your day off, and I appreciate you so much. I have some. Thank you. I have some concerns. I had a constituent to call me yesterday that was in need of grass being cut, and she dialed 311, and she received an individual that was out of the country to answer the call. They did not understand her properly, and they were not responsive. Do we have individuals that are out of the country? She dialed 311, and they were not in the state.
Kevin Malone isn't here, but to my knowledge, all our call center's here, and everybody that operates the call center is a city employee, and there's nobody. I mean, they may have individuals who are bilingual or have different, ethnic backgrounds. But there's nobody. To my knowledge, we have not outsourced any of our 311 call center operations.
And she was not able to receive a resolution to our issue, so I had her to call my research analyst. But they stated that they were not even in the state of Tennessee, within the United States. So I was just wondering if we had expanded that, or there was something that we had not been privileged to, that information.
The C-Click Fix app is managed by a separate entity. I don't know. It would be interesting to know if she did dial 311.
That's correct.
Well, I think we need to bring Carolyn Malone in here, the manager, and she could speak to that more. I'm not, again, deal with 311 quite a bit, and to my knowledge, all the calls are taken internally through the through that call center here at City Hall.
Okay, and I live in the area of South Parkway East, Lamar, North, Bellevue, West, and when individuals come out and cut the median on South Parkway, they cut the trash and everything with the yard. So after they complete cutting the yard, you have trash that's everywhere. And then when you travel to South Parkway, the North Parkway, Summer, near the zoo and the park, it's immaculately cut. They don't even edge the yard on South Parkway. I mean, the grass is still, but it's a difference in how they treat areas. And when they cut the yard and cut the trash ends up being all over the neighborhood, and it does not look impeccable like it does in other sides of town. And I'm getting a lot of complaints from constituents. Davy Smiley lives there. Montavious Jones lives there. And I live there. And we see the trash that's on the medians and the curbsides. And it's a difference between one side of town and the other side of town. And we would like to receive the same service, that it should be equitable.
Yeah, so we're going to talk. Now we're talking what, city maintained properties that not.
No,
private.
we're talking about
the contractor. No, I'm getting ready to. Let me say these are two different operations that we're talking about. Street maintenance does the mowing. They're responsible for the mowing within the medians in city streets. Okay. Now that contractor is supposed to be. They're required by their contract to pick up the litter before they cut. So we need to talk to the contractor and make sure that they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. The state also cuts some of that is state right away, and the state has a different contractor cutting. So we supplement the state contracted portions of the medians in certain areas. And so we just have to find out who's responsible and what cutting, and make sure that if they're not picking up the litter before they cut, then we have a chance to help pick up the litter before it's cut. But I guarantee you that RCI, who is the city contractor I'm talking about, they're supposed to have all litter collected before they mow those city medians in no matter where it is. So that's something I need to take up with them if it's our team that has done that.
And I've just noticed that equity is not being provided. When I go to one side of town, it's immaculate. They're edging, they're picking up trash, and all of that. And on my side of town, they're cutting the trash along with the yard, trash is still remaining after they finish. They're not edging. Grass is still going across the median. And I'm just dissatisfied, and so are my constituents. And I am receiving phone calls daily. It's just, I mean, and you get very respectable individuals that live over there, judges and ex-mayors, and I'm just getting phone calls by phone calls. And I've done 3 or 4 reports, and it still has not been corrected.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I understand. That's the first time I've been made aware, so I'll definitely speak to my team.
I have emails, but we've sent you 4 or 5 times.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I don't recall that, but I will definitely look into it. I mean, again, the RCI is required by their contract to pick up the litter before they cut. It's part of the agreement. So that's either an issue with the subcontractor or the contractor itself that hasn't been properly addressed.
Okay, and my last concern is when we make reports of yards in need of being cut, 3 months later, they still have not been cut. What can we do to assist you all in your efforts and getting this escalated or do this in an expeditious manner?
Good. As I said, the challenge for us has been pretty significant because of this. We haven't fully recovered. Our contractor hasn't recovered from last year. So we're not at the level of performance that we had historically been with regards to getting the work done timely. As I said before, we were averaging 19, 20 days. Now we're at 30 plus days on average, and that's average. There are definitely cases where we have not cut a property once this year. That's where the priority is right now, to get those first cuts done. We are hearing from citizens they want us to cut them every month. But that would be a significant budget ask. Because, I mean, like I said, the 9,700 lots we cut 3 times a year costs over $2 million a year just to do that. So if you're talking, every 4 or 6 weeks, you're talking triple that. And so I don't have the best answer. My goal is to add contractors. I have my public works teams who are in other areas working overtime on Saturdays, Sundays, and after hours to increase the amount of cutting we're doing. So, and then we're going to do some emergency contracting to kind of supplement those 30 contractors, because obviously many of them are struggling to get the work done timely that we're assigning to them. And again, I'm dependent on our contractors to do the work predominantly because it is seasonal in nature, the work we do. So I don't have an internal cutting team, a large team of individuals. The 2 teams that I do have that do this, they are productive, but again, you're talking 9,000 parcels spread out predominantly over 3 council districts. So it's a challenge.
What are the 3?
It is 4, 6, and 7.
Okay.
6 is number 1.
And 4 is one of mine. And I'm just sharing this with you because as I've been riding through my district for the past 3 or 4 weeks, and I'm really embarrassed. There's trash everywhere. People are dumping everywhere. When we report yards that have need been cut, they still have not been cut. I have Airways, and this is Super District 8. Lamar, they cut the yards as well. And they cut the trash on top of the yard. And they don't realize that that's a state street and doesn't fall under our umbrella. But everything looks trashy in the city of Memphis. I've never seen Memphis look like this before. It is dirty. It is trashy. You have things everywhere. They're not picking up the trash, the dumpsters, so they're just dumping it everywhere. When they cut the yards, they cut the trash, and they got trash all over the median, all over the side streets. It's embarrassing. And who has to take the blame? We do. We do. They don't call you. They call us. It's embarrassing. And something needs to be done. This has gone too far. We've given money. We've changed staff. We've told the administration. We've walked the streets. And still nothing has been done. This looks worse than New York. It looks worse than Detroit. It's ridiculous. And it's embarrassing. And they call us first. Our staff is being overworked because people have complaints. And I'm not fussing, but I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed because they blame it on the council people that represent the district and the super council people that represent the district. And there has not been an improvement in months. Months. I mean, I've never seen Memphis look so despicable. Trash, garbage, dressers, beds. It's awful. We've got to do something about this. And we can't just talk the talk. We've got to now walk the walk. We've got to make Memphis better. How are we going to get individuals to come and move into Memphis? How are we going to get the Koji Convention to come to Memphis? How are we going to get individuals to have developments in Memphis and it looks like Ghana? We've got to do better. You keep saying we're doing this and we're doing that and we're going to make improvements, but they have not been done. It's been over almost a year. And I still see trash in the same places that they've been in this past year. It has not been picked up. We call our staff. They report it to you all, and nothing has been done. Constituents continue to call us, and we report it. We report it back to your staff, and nothing has been done. In the meantime, Memphis looks like trash everywhere. Everywhere. I have a yard across the street from my house I've called 6 times. It's about as tall as I am, the grass, and it still has not been cut. I'm embarrassed. I don't even like to go sit on my porch anymore because that's what I have to look at. Now, we hear you every month saying we're going to do better, we got this going on, we're going to make improvements, but they have not been done. Who takes the blame? They don't call you. They call the city council. And we have to take the blame. So if they need to put this under the umbrella of the city council to get these deeds done, then we'll do it. We'll get the yards cut. We'll get the garbage picked up. I have individuals that did not even meet code enforcement selling cars. It's been 3 years. They still selling cars, and it's not in even an industrial area. They still done. It has not been corrected. I am so sick and tired of things not being corrected, and we have to take the blame. It's just not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to our staff. It's not fair to our constituents. It's not fair to the city of Memphis. But no improvements to be made. And we're continuously reporting it. And nothing is being done. You come sit at tables and tables every month saying what you're doing, but it's not being done. And my heart is broken. Because I realize the constituents have voted for me to be their voice and to make corrections. And when I don't do it, it falls back on me. It's my credibility. It's our credibility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Swears, and Councilman for echo some of those same comments earlier today. I think, and I would go back to the resolution that this body passed, saying that the city of Memphis is in immediate need of
beautification and blight remediation efforts. I guess this also includes this. So Director Connect, what I would ask of you is if you could go back and tell this body how much more money you need, because I don't think there's an issue with you're not willing to get the job done. I think it's an issue of funding. I don't think if this body has to, if blight remediation, cutting vacant lots is a concern of this body, we need to make a priority. And you figure out what's the priority of this body by putting your dollars there. Director Connect.
Can I say a couple things? And I appreciate Councilwoman Range's passion, because my staff and I are fighting this fight every day.
Absolutely.
And no one cares more about this than my staff. I mean, I understand what she's saying. I get a lot of calls. I gladly share with you a number of calls that come directly to my office about this subject. And I speak to the citizens. I don't want to disappoint them, but we also have to be realistic about the fact that, I need to do a better job with getting more contractors. Our contractors need to do a better job. I wish I wasn't dependent on contractors, but unfortunately, right now I am. Do I have a plan for that in the future? Yes, I do. But that is a whole nother discussion, and I don't want to burden the council with that. We can talk about that at a later time. But I do care a lot about this. I do want to do a better job of this. I take full responsibility for this issue, and I'm focused very significantly working to kind of come up with immediate actions, not to talk, immediate actions.
So if you need more money, hey, I think this is a fine time to ask this body.
Well, I will come back when I deplete what I already have in the budget.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Connect. Councilwoman Logan.
Well, directly to the point you mentioned, I wanted to ask about the contractors, because apparently from what you said earlier, you don't have enough contractors to get the job done. So there's a tremendous backlog. I'm not sure of your cycle is when you put out the RFP, and making sure that we get that out there. I think it kind of went out late this year. But how many contractors do you need, and what is the process for them to apply for that, so we can go ahead and get that ball rolling? Because your staff, as you said, they're not able to cut. So the question or the problem seems to be lack of contractors or those that are going to be reliable. So let's look at that process before we get more money. Apparently, we don't have enough contractors.
Yes, ma'am. As I said, we had 57 certified, only 32 met the criteria. So we're going back to the 21 that did not meet the criteria. There was 53 or 57. We're going back to them and see if they've been recertified.